everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm here with the ever so lovely Ellie and Alyssa. And just to put this out there, I do have everyone's links for their books in the description. So if you want to check out any of our books, I highly recommend you to do so. Do you guys want to introduce yourselves and what you're working on?
Sure. Hi, I'm Alyssa. I write fantasy books, currently working on my Tower of Memories series, which has 5 books out. I don't have a physical copy of book 5 over here, but I have 1 through 4 because, they're all out of order, but whatever. Yeah, I have a bunch of books. Young adult, fantasy, magical school. We're going to be a bunch of books in this series, and it's currently what I'm working on. About maybe like a third into the 7th one, maybe, which is terrifying. But,
Yeah.
Nice. They're all awesome. Very addicting.
They are. How about you, Ellie?
I am Ellie Lieberman. I am the author of a wide variety of books that range from novels to novellas and short stories to illustrated children's books. I am not really sure which of my works in progress I'm going to be working on. I have 3 possibilities right now. 4 if you count the newest one, so yeah.
Nice. I am Johara Harper. I write queer fantasy. I have several novels and novellas already published. And I have been working on 2 WIPs myself. I think I'm going to work on Skeleton Bride, which is the first book in my Tales of the Grim Reaper series. So that's exciting. I have a lot of plans for the series, and I'm excited to get them down.
very
Does
excited
everyone
for
want to
you.
start their first? Thank you. Are you guys ready for the first sprint?
Yes.
So that's good.
Okay. So we'll be sprinting for 30 minutes.
Perfect.
Happy writing.
You too.
You too.
See you on the other side.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey,
How did your sprints go?
pretty good.
Went all right.
Yeah? Writing anything fun?
Yeah. It's Celica and Seraphina in alchemy class, so we're in like the lab portion of the chapter, and that's always fun.
Nice. How are you, Ellie?
I am working on the opening to the one of my one of my books for 200 Years, the second book in the Uncanny Encounter series.
Woo! Yay! Finally!
Yeah, it's been a bit.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Because Water's Edge was so good.
Thank you.
My sprint went pretty okay. I didn't get as far as I wanted to because I did switch over to do the stream on my sister's laptop because my laptop kept buffering and it was annoying. So it should be better now for the rest of the stream. But I'm currently on a flashback chapter.
Ooh.
There's I don't know how much I've actually said about Tales of the Grim Reaper, but there's actually quite a bit of flashback chapters for Anastasia to learn more about her life when she was alive, as well as her life as a skeleton, how she got to become the leader of this rebellion.
I mean, yeah, I figure a character with that much history is going to have at least a few flashbacks.
Yeah. And the flashback right now is her talking to the Grim Reaper, and he's telling her that he thinks that there is going to be an uprising. Someone's going to try to kill him to become the new Grim Reaper, basically. So, fun.
Very fun.
We do have
Gotta love an uprising.
yeah, and there's quite a bit. Hey, Joara, hope you are well. Just happened on to pop the button and say hi. Hi, thank you for joining. Yeah, uprisings are always fun. That's right. But I am wearing my necklace that Ellie made me.
Aww.
It's a huh?
I'm glad you like it.
I absolutely love it. It's a gargoyle with a dragon wrapped around it. So that was the amulet that my main character in my Jasmine Press series always wore. And when I saw this, I'm not kidding when I say I started crying a little. It was
That's adorable.
Gift.
It was a lot of fun to make. You have such cool stuff in your books that it's impossible not to make things around it.
That means a lot. Yeah, when my mom saw this, she was like, I want one because she loves dragons and gargoyles. I've also been using my Jolista bookmark.
That one was fun to make too. God, I love Jolista.
Well, you're very talented.
Oh, thank you. You are very talented as well.
Thank you.
Both of you write such inspiring stuff. It's impossible not to make things around it.
So do you, Ellie.
Thank
I wish I was a bit craftier, but I'm terrible at that kind of stuff.
Same. Have you guys been writing a lot, or is this the first time you're getting to write for a while?
I've been trying to write, but I've been kind of stuck on this chapter, so I'm hoping today I can get unstuck from it. And, yeah.
Yeah, I've been dabbling here and there with the writing. I have a bunch of notes on my phone. It doesn't help that there's new story ideas that sort of start to sprout, and I kind of follow wherever the inspiration takes me, so I'm a bit scattered.
Yeah. Yeah, that's always my problem. Like, I have so many stories that I want to work on, and um, this year I want to focus on my skeleton series as well as my Scooby Doo retelling. Um, right now I'm a little into my skeleton series, but also my Witch Coven series has been calling to me, and I'm trying not to work on it. So
Which
let's
is
see how well that works out.
Yeah.
Knowing me, I'm probably gonna end up working on it at some point this year.
What about the chapter you're on is getting you kind of stuck? If you can talk about that without the whole spoiler thing, because I know there's a lot of new things in this book.
Honestly, this chapter's not crazy spoilery. I mean, first I had to add like a surprise chapter right before. That was also kind of annoying to write at first, but yeah. Because let's see. Trying to figure out where it was. Basically, Seraphina's getting stuck in her own head again about something that's going on. Basically, I'm going to describe this in very vague detail to be as least spoiler as possible, but the investigation regarding the thing that happened at the end of book 6 is calling to talk to her again this week, and she's kind of getting stuck in her own head overthinking it in the first part of this chapter, which was the hard part. But now that I'm into the class bit itself, it's a little bit easier to write. Which is going to be set up for a couple chapters from now when I'm, writing that really complicated conversation between Seraphina, lead investigator, in the location where the thing happened.
Oh,
Yeah.
yikes. Poor Seraphina.
I'm just going to refer to it as the thing, and Ellie will know what I'm talking about. Jahar will know what I'm talking about eventually.
And I will try to keep in that same idea of only referring to it as the thing, so you don't spoil anything.
Yeah, Ellie, I'm actually reading book 6 of Towers of Memories now.
Ooh.
She's on the book, so she's getting there.
Yeah, I'm not too far, but I think I've at least a little bit far, and I am enjoying it. I'm also really scared because I do know something big is gonna happen in this book. So
Yes. I'm waiting to see your reactions.
and I'm trying to figure out
Same.
who is the culprit. So
oh, that should be fun. I'm very excited for you, and I hope that you have, warm fluffy blankets and tons of tea at the ready, but also just oh.
Yeah. Sorry, not sorry.
yeah, I was a little stuck in my book for a bit too. I'm past that now, thankfully. I wasn't stuck on a specific thing. I was just trying to figure out how to move on in the story. But then my characters are now planning a heist, so that's apparently how I decided to move forward.
Ooh.
So fun.
Yeah, but oh my gosh, this is my first time really writing first person, and every time I stop writing for a bit and come back, I try to write in third person, then I have to fix it.
Yeah.
Why did I do this to myself?
There's times when I write in third person and I get so into the characters' heads that I realize halfway through my writing that I accidentally switched to first person and I have to switch it back.
Yeah. And it's really hard when you're so used to writing one thing and then change it up a little bit.
Oh yeah. And it's kind of like that idea of where the scope is, right? Are we going wide? Or are we going a bit more narrow? And
yeah,
when you're used
first
to
person's really, really good if you want / need that really narrow focus.
Yeah.
I find myself mostly writing in first, but I'll occasionally like dabble in third. But I mean, I'm kind of used to doing a blend of both, so I've never had that thing where it's like I start a chapter in one and then end up in the other one. And like if I'm writing, a specific POV, I know which version I'm writing in and operating really comfortably in that space.
Yeah. Well, my book is first person, but it's also dual POV. It's between Anastasia and Vivian.
Oh, that should be fun.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet that becomes more complicated.
What's everyone's favorite one to write? Third, first?
Probably first for me, but I don't hate writing in third. I just prefer the like more inside this character's head nature first.
I think for me, it's really dependent on the story itself.
That's fair.
And there's times where when I go to like promote the books after they're published, especially if it's been a little bit, I have to remind myself which point of view it is because I don't remember which one I wrote it. So yeah, so it's like a story like An Impossible Dream is very close third person point of view because it's like primarily Sarah's perspective, but then I think part of the reason why it works as third person point of view is to also be able to occasionally dabble in moments Sarah's not in.
Yeah.
But like Oathkeeper is first person present, I believe. And that really worked for what like Alyssa was saying about like being very narrowly into that character's head and perspective in that world.
Yeah. My favorite would be third person, but I typically write third person omniscient, where it's not just in one character's head. It's in I like getting into everyone's point of views, everyone's heads, and because I always like dabbling into every character I have, not just the main character. But I don't mind writing first person either. It can be fun and challenging, especially since I'm not used to it, and to really expand my talents as a writer. So.
I mean, it's good to at least give things a try.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Same with since I'm used to writing fantasy, but I'm currently writing my Scooby-Doo retelling, which is not only my first retelling, but my first mystery. So I'm just going out of my comfort zone this year.
Very nice.
Mysteries are fun.
Yeah. I'm so nervous about that one, though. I've never actually I love mysteries, but I've never actually written a mystery. So I'm just hoping, it'll all come together and make sense in the end.
Just remember, it's all about momentum and being able to follow the trail.
Yeah.
So as long as readers are following along whatever trail of clues the characters are following, you're good.
Yeah.
Master of mystery right there.
Yeah.
Seriously, the way you create that sense of tension too, and the way because you have that other thing that I think is really cool in mysteries where it's almost like the red herring or the focus over here and then this one hits you type of thing. So even if it's in the back of your mind, you're still got that ooh moment,
Some of the red herrings that ended up being in Tower of Memories were not intended to be that. They were just intended to just be regular trail of clues. But people convincing themselves that it's the person that it's not is fun.
Well, I'm currently suspicious of a character in the book 6, but I'm pretty sure this character is also a red herring. So
wait. Which is the character? Who's your prediction?
Set. Set.
Set. Okay.
I was just very suspicious when he didn't vote to have like the dragons participate in the trial. I was like, why? He was always friendly with Seraphina, so that was just very suspicious of me. But I'm also pretty sure it's not actually him, and it's like a red herring sort of situation. But I guess I'll find out.
I promise there's a reason he voted no, and I promise you'll find out.
Ooh.
I am saying nothing.
Yeah, don't you say a word.
I'm also, because we talked about like if we do outlines or not. I know like Ellie doesn't do any outline, and I think Alyssa's a little bit like me, where it's a little bit in between, where you have some things planned but not a whole lot.
I have like the major events planned,
Yeah,
mostly because I kind of have to.
Yeah,
But a lot of like the in between bits, I don't have plans for.
that's pretty much me as well. And but in my Scooby-Doo retelling, because it's a mystery and I need to know who the culprits are, I need to know all the clues and how the clues tie together in the end. I kind of had to outline pretty much every chapter. Listen, I'm really scared to really go back to writing it, because I know that I was actually struggling with the Queen of Monsters at one point to get it done. So I decided for the rest of the book I was going to outline it, and I went off the outline quite horrendously. My characters don't want to follow a script, okay?
It's plans until the characters start making their own decisions.
Right?
That happened with Tower of Memories very, very early on. Like if I told you like all of the things that was gonna originally be in this story that are not in this story now, you'd be like, what? That's a wildly different story.
Weren't they all like originally going to be like villains or something like that?
They were all. This was supposed to be like a villain origin story. Feathers was supposed to be like a werewolf and Seraphina's boyfriend. Jared was gonna poison everybody with true serum on their first night. It was a wildly different thing.
Wow. Maybe that's why Feathers and Seraphina are so close in this new story, though, because they were originally supposed to be dating.
It was gonna be like a whole like.
Oh my gosh.
Red's identity was really different too.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Someday you will have to tell me outside of streaming who Red's identity was supposed to be.
Yeah, definitely.
I can kind of tell you, since it's not crazy spoiler because of just how different these stories are now. Red was supposed to be like an actual legit ghost, not the thing she actually ended up being.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Originally, was it a ghost that had a connection to Seraphina, like one of her ancestors and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh.
That's so cool.
It's amazing how much a story can change from like the original conception.
I know, like the amount of changes that the Realm of Monsters had. Okay, it just like you were saying about Tyler's Memory. This would have been a completely different book.
Oh yeah.
It's
The idea of the curse came later too, as well as the person who cast it. So like it's
Oh wow.
pretty crazy.
interesting.
Well, I mean, the curse came about because I needed to kind of balance that like reasonable excuse to not send her to magical school sooner versus, you know, why something is acting up now as opposed to like, you know, because how do you go your whole life with zero indication that you have any kind of magical ability and then suddenly you do, unless like there's some kind of outside force. But if there is an outside force, then there needs to be an origin point for that and a motive and all that stuff. So
Nice.
And it works so great with the other themes in the book too. Like there's a lot of it works so great with the other themes in the book too.
well, honestly, it was kind of the origin point for some of the other themes that came about. You know, once I had that kind of idea solidified, I'm like, okay, what if we take this like general concept and then expand it out? You know, this idea of like the past coming back to bite this person who has less ability to deal with it than the previous generations. So
Amazing.
I know in the realm of monsters, instead of being based in an entire realm, it was actually going to be a monster college that they were all
That's
at.
right.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Some things were still the same, like Kalista and Roxanne, though they both had different names. Um,
Oh, really?
yeah, and there was still going to be a little bit of Greek mythology because has been a interest of mine for a long time. But Isabella and Jeremy were originally going to be mummies, now a witch and a warlock.
Oh
And
my gosh.
yeah, Isabella's mom was going to be the principal of the university.
Okay.
And like I said, some things are still the same, like Isabella's mom's sister, who ends up killing her and taking over the school instead of the entire realm. So there were still themes that were the same, but there was a lot of things that were going to be different too.
Very cool. What were Calista and Roxanne's names originally going to be?
I was in high school, so I wasn't very creative with Callista's, and I named her. What did I name her? Vampirus. And Roxanne's name was actually Willow, which I ended up using actually for one of Roxanne's sisters. So
Very cool. I love the little nod to the original concept and the finished product. That's really cool.
Yeah. I have a few of those kind of like artifacts of that original version still kind of sprinkled in. That's why Fethrus's name is what it is, because he was gonna be a werewolf. So you have like this wolf themed first name and then Nightcall for his last name. That was the whole like joke. And
Awesome.
him and Seraphina were kind of based off the same kind of fairy tale origin. You know, she was supposed to be Little Red Riding Hood. He was supposed to be the big bad wolf. That was the whole thing. But
I love that.
some of that got reworked into her summon. But you know,
Oh my god, the summons. What a good boy that summons is.
he's a good boy. He's probably gonna get like a proper name at some point. I have a couple of ideas for it, but I haven't narrowed it down yet.
I love the names of your characters, the way you throw in things like Seraphina's last name and stuff like that.
Seraphina's name took a while to think up. Like hers was the last name out of the dragons that I had figured out properly.
Oh, really?
The others were easier. But I mean, her being, the main character's name and me not quite figuring out what to do with her for the longest time.
Yeah.
As all of these changes was happening. But I liked what I actually ended up with because there's a few fun little anagrams in her name. Like obviously she has all the letters for the word fired. She has all the letters for the word witch in her name.
That is very cool.
Yeah.
A lot of my characters have a tendency to walk on with their names, which is fun. And then sort of like in the midst of the story, there will be moments that explore why this name might be important to the characters, which is always kind of fun because it just sort of seems to naturally unfold in the writing of it.
I know in my Jasmine Press name, Jasmine's name ended up having more meaning than I originally intended because this was started out as a complete accident. I named Jasmine. She was probably one of the first names. I don't even know why I named her that. I guess I just liked the name. And then the villain's name was Lilac, who I named pretty early on as well. And then Rosemary was introduced, I think, closer to the middle of the story, and and then I ended up doing the whole connection, finding out that Rosemary was actually Jasmine's ancestor, meaning she was related to Lilac as well, and because Rosemary and Lilac are sisters, and all their names have to do with plants. That's completely.
And at that point, you have to commit.
Right. And then you have your brother's name.
Yeah, that one I actually did on purpose because by then I already realized the connection. So when I had to name the brother's name, I was like, you know what? I'm going to look up plants and find a good name for a male character. Because I was like, I already have this theme. I might as well go with it. Even if it was an accident.
What was really fun about writing the B series was I had no idea what Clary's name was until I started writing her book. And so, like, the first book in the B series, she's just the Queen or Henry's mom. And then in An Impossible Dream, she's simply the Queen. And so to like finally get to tell her story, it was really cool to be like, oh my god, this has been your name all these years. But also it like really worked amazingly, I realized, for the themes of like identity and stuff that I was already exploring. And I there's something so magical about when you don't really do something on purpose and it just sort of works out. Which I kind of feel like explains a lot of my writing. Just to sort of, oh, I'm gonna follow this, like, oh hey, that connects there, that works. And then somebody will say something and you're like, yes, I did that on purpose.
I definitely feel that.
Raise your hand if you're guilty of doing that.
You guys want to do another sprint?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Okay, sprinting. How about sprinting till 40?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Awesome. Okay. Happy writing.
Happy writing.
See you then. Hello.
Hello.
How did everyone's sprints go?
Better.
Really well.
Nice. What are you guys working on? Like, what kind of scene? If without being too spoilery.
Well, I'm still like at the tail end of like doing the lab bit.
Nice. So it's kind of a bit of a cliche opening, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. So this is for the one that's the second in the Uncanny Encounters, and it starts off with a bunch of campers in the woods. One of them's telling a story, and another one is sort of preparing for the classic prank of jumping out at just the right time to scare everybody. But as the storyteller is telling the story about this candle in a very old cabin window that has never melted and is supposedly as old as like the cabin itself and everything, something catches the eye of the person who's about to do the prank, and he gets that like prickling sensation at the back of his neck, and there's like a flash of something that catches his eye, and the wind blows and everybody's like sort of bundling in, against the wind and everything, and he's sort of drawn in by his curiosity as he wanders out, and by the time the story
And
is
that's how you
over,
die. Just gonna throw it out there.
Classic mistake in a horror movie, right? And by the time the story is over, everybody's like, okay, ha ha, really funny. Oh, did you hear that? Ooh, so spooky, right? All right, come on out, right? Ha ha ha. And then they realize that he's not coming out. And they go to search for him, and they're wandering along and, shouting his name and all this stuff. And all of a sudden, one of the friends stops and lifts this trembling finger. And they all go to look, and there in the cabin window, the candle has been lit, and James is nowhere.
Ooh.
Spooky.
Yeah.
This already sounds really good.
And then it'll probably go directly into Gretchen and Raz having a conversation.
Ooh, yay. My sprint went pretty well. I just finished the flashback chapter. Can't get too much into it because there was this big reveal that the Grim Reaper told Anastasia that even I didn't know. So I was
I love it when that happens.
Always.
Like, it was this great reveal, and I can't get too much into it because it's going to be a huge spoiler. But when I was writing that, I was like, what the heck what just happened? What? And Anastasia knew nothing about this. I knew nothing about this. So, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is
I've had a couple moments where it's just like I was planning this reveal for later, but then the character just decided to drop this grenade in the middle of this like collection of chapters, and now I have to deal with it.
Oh, that is always fun.
Yeah.
I think the most obvious one that's coming up for Johara, but in the middle of the masquerade, there was a reveal there that I wasn't planning on having that reveal right then, but like I guess this is what we're doing.
Can't wait for the masquerade.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a fun chapter.
And I also noticed while writing this book that there is going to be some foreshadowing for something that's revealed, not even in this book. I'm not entirely sure which book is going to be revealed in because this is going to be a 6-book series. Probably somewhere in book 3 or 4, honestly. But there's already a little foreshadowing that is going to happen, and now I want to see.
I love foreshadowing.
Yes.
I want to see how like close readers get if to figuring it out or even noticing that it's there.
Oh, it's great fun.
I think it's going to be fun to see if there's any readers who pick up on when a certain event is happening in year 2. Because I've laid out all the groundwork to figure out when that's happening. So if you're paying attention, you'll be able to figure out like, oh, that's when that's happening. Oh, that's way sooner than I want it to be.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want this big thing that's gonna happen to happen until a few books later, but let's see if that actually happens or not.
Yeah.
Uh, it's also a lot of fun to try to figure out when other characters figure stuff out too. Because there's like when you want the reader to figure it out, and then sometimes like one of the things I'm dealing with in When Morning Comes, book 4 of these series, is when certain characters learn things about another character. It's always already kind of been hinted at and revealed to the reader in like the end of An Impossible Dream. And other characters have sort of been able to put two and two together to figure it out. But there's one character in particular who doesn't know yet, and when she finds out, she's just gonna feel so awful, and she's gonna just be like, "Oh my god, all this time!" So yeah.
Ooh. That's always fun.
I love toying with reader expectations of what characters do and don't know. I remember in book 4, there was a moment where we get a reveal of like a character has known something for a lot longer than we thought she did. She just didn't tell anybody. It's fun.
Yeah.
It is. It is a lot. And the delicious drama when it's revealed.
Yeah, dramatic reveals is kind of the vibe right now, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, in my book, when I originally came up with this story, I didn't mean for how Anastasia to die to be this big secret, but now apparently nobody knows how she died. So, with that, and based on how she died and who was responsible for it, when the reveal does happen, which will be in book 1, that one will be in book 1, it's going to cause a lot of drama and mistrust among the people she's sworn to protect. So, that's going to be a lot of fun.
No.
I mean, if the big thing about a character is that they're a skeleton, how they got to that point should be a big deal.
I can see that.
You know,
I love a good reveal scene. I love reading them. I love writing them.
reveals are great.
Yeah.
Especially when you've been like building to for like a while and then it finally happens and you're just like, oh no, oh, this is much worse.
Oh,
And like I said, I love whenever you're writing something and then the reveal doesn't just shock the characters, it shocks you because you didn't even expect to write it.
oh my god, yes.
Right now, and I'm still reeling from this huge reveal, okay? And I'm the one who wrote it!
Kind of goes back to that thing, right? No tears in the writer, no tears in the reader.
Right? I'm feeling so bad for Anastasia. She's figuring out that a lot of her life was a lie and she didn't know the truth about a lot of stuff.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah.
It's complicated finding out that a big chunk of what you thought was true was in fact not true at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. Oh, there's a reveal of certain character relations that might surprise some readers in When Morning Comes, and that was kind of fun to write, where it's that idea of what you're saying of being like shocking to the reader, but also shocking to the character. And it was so fun when because I have these moments when it occurs and you're just like, Oh my god, really?
When those two things that you've never like thought about together before finally like click in place, and you're like, well, now I have to do it.
Right, and then it's also beautiful when it's like, wow, that actually really works. Like, how did I not see this before?
I do love when that happens, with that moment that just clicks and you're like, oh my gosh, this is perfect. Especially if you had been like stuck for a little bit,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden something clicks, you're like, oh my gosh, this is the answer I've been looking for. It's such a great moment.
And then you break out into the song from Frozen 2. So I think I'm probably going to wind up switching to When Morning Comes for the next Sprint if there is one.
Switching to what?
Yeah.
When Morning Comes.
Oh, nice. I'm so excited for that book. Like, I can't even hide my containment.
That means a lot.
And I have so many of your books now in my physical library. I cannot wait to start rereading them. I was actually thinking about sometime this week rereading which one is where is it? I lost it. It's somewhere here. I have a pile of books on my desk. So oh wait, here. I think about it. Okay. This one. Oathkeeper. I was thinking about rereading that this week.
There is no greater honor than knowing your book is on somebody's shelf, let alone the fact they want to reread it. That is like author achievements unlocked. I definitely want to reread the two of your novella series that I have on my shelf, especially because I have to like underline awesome lines now and stuff like that. I have physical copies, so very excited for that.
You own Preventing a War and Greece versus France, right?
I own Preventing a War and the very last one.
That's so you just decided to buy the first and the last.
Yeah. I'm hoping to get them all at some point, but it was sort of, yeah.
That must be an interesting jump. Watch when they first meet and then watch their tragic end. Right back to back.
Oh, but yeah, it's so good. The entire series of Callista's Adventures is so good, and
That means so much.
and then of course now I have to get Not Yours to Save for those wonderful moments where you have Roxalista and Jolista together.
That was interesting. Like, I never imagined to have that, but then it happened, and I was like, okay, there's no turning back now. And originally, it was supposed to be part of my short story collection, but it was way too long because I had way too much I want to do with it.
I mean, a premise like that is too much fun to not just like let it play out fully.
Oh yeah.
Like, because I know Ellie used to say, I wonder what would happen if Roxanne and Joan ever met, and then boom, here they are. They finally met. You got your wish.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was very, very happy with the results, just so you know.
It was a lot of fun to write, a bit tragic at times, but fun to write.
Oh yeah. But I
Emotionally devastating. 5 out of 5 stars.
Oh yeah. But I also think it's just a really fun concept, the idea of which two characters would never have an opportunity to meet who you would have loved to see meet. Because I have like I have a bunch of AUs in my head for my own B series. It's ridiculous. But there are these characters like Clary and Ari have never met, and they can never meet.
Yeah.
Circumstances just, and it's sort of like, but they would be so good for each other.
I
I
think
would kill to see them together, but they
yes,
can't.
that would actually be really good. I never thought of that one, but that would actually, I think that would actually be perfect. Clary could give like this motherly role to Ari that she never had, kind of like with Elsby and Sarah, and I think that would be really interesting. Because I never thought it would be possible for Joan and Roxanne to meet, but I do work with like Greek mythology and underworld stuff, so that's how I managed it. But one meeting I am so excited for is Ari and Elsby. I needed that a year ago. Okay.
It is so much fun. They are so much fun to write together. I love their dynamic so much. It starts off with like Elsby threatening her with a frying pan. It's fun.
Sounds about right. But it's like they're two
That's
of my
the
favorite
best way
characters.
to meet a person for the first time.
Right? Excellent first impression.
Exactly.
I worked out for Rapunzel. I mean,
Ari and Elspie are two of my favorite characters, and to see them meet, especially knowing their personalities and knowing that it's going to be an interesting dynamic to say the least.
Yeah, and Ari's got like so much stacked against her in terms of where Elsby's concerned that she has no control over. So it definitely adds an interesting element to the mix to like throw Ari in with this group of friends and everything.
Yeah.
I'm having a lot of fun with it. And I think you're gonna really like what they wind up doing together. Because they create this like I shouldn't spoil stuff.
tell us.
They work on a project together that I think you're going to really enjoy.
That can be so hard sometimes. It's like you want to give teasers to your book, but at the same time you're like, okay, what isn't too spoilery for the plot and the characters?
I will tell you, it does involve Elsby's apothecary and Ari being Ari. So
that is exciting.
it's also really fun in when morning comes because you get to finally be introduced to like the other kingdoms. And I feel like you really got a little bit of like little tidbits here and there, especially in Where the Heart Is. And so to finally like introduce the rulers of these kingdoms and the cultures of these kingdoms has been a lot of fun to really see like the world open up and stuff like that.
Yeah. One thing I'm excited, right, for characters finally getting to see them interact is the Realm of Monsters prequel, finally getting to see Rain and Marissa as well as Rain and Marissa with Kalista as a trio.
Oh my god!
Because
they're like my all-time favorite characters, and you're like, I'm gonna have an entire series of them together, and it's like chef's kiss perfection.
Because I teased like how much Kalista loved both Marissa and Rain, or Marissa and Joan, and then you get the novella seeing her with them, and then I've been teasing how much Rain loved Marissa, and now you're gonna see them interact as well as the three of them as a trio. That's gonna get good. And I can't wait for you to see how Kalista and Rain meet, because let's just say they do not actually like each other at first.
That is going to be so much fun to see that grow and develop. And I love when you have an established like friendship or relationship of some sort, and you kind of go back to explore how they got to that point.
Yeah.
Excellent, delicious development.
That's always fun.
I have some really fun character interactions planned for the next book in this particular school year. All I'm gonna say is we're getting another parent-teacher weekend.
Oh yes! I love Lucia so much, and it's been when she goes back to the school and everybody's reaction to her.
All I'm gonna say is that Lucinda and the new guy, things are gonna get really, really interesting there.
Oh my god! Especially because of I can't say that.
Yeah, because of the thing that we can't talk about. Yeah.
Well, that, but also like
Yeah.
but also like some of the sorry. some of the other stuff in the first chapters.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's once you know who the new guy is, you're like, oh yeah, that explains why that meeting would actually be potentially complicated and fun.
Ugh, I can't wait to dive more.
Yeah,
in.
once you cut up, I can send you chapters and we can all be on the same page.
I would love that. Definitely-
Because that's something that I do when I get like really, really stuck is send people chapters to like get some feedback.
Your readers really appreciate that too.
It's always nice to like even if it's not that you're stuck, like sometimes if you're unsure about something and you can send them chapters, be like, okay, I'm unsure about how this went. Maybe I could get some feedback.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ellie and I have had that conversation where it's like, I want to make sure that this character is coming across properly, or at least not falling flat in their face.
Honestly, I have a hard time imagining either of you ever writing a flat character. Just, it's been, your characters always have such amazing personalities, and like one of the things I love is when you can start a book and you kind of know who the character is a little bit based off like personality and voice and stuff.
Mm.
And I mean, all of your books tend to do that, where you're just like, okay, I'm immediately invested in this character just based off their voice alone.
Nice.
Character introductions are always fun.
Yeah.
Uh,
I might actually send you a few chapters of this book, Ellie, and maybe you, Alyssa, if you wanted to read a little bit. Because there's this one thing I'm not sure about how it's going to turn out, so I might take it away. I'm not entirely sure. Basically, I'm doing something different with this book, not just the whole first person thing, but you ever seen those movies where it's like starts out with this character telling you how they got to where they are now?
mhm.
I'm kind of doing that kind of format, but I'm not sure if it will work because, especially with the flashbacks as well, I'm afraid there's too much time jumping. So I'd like to get some feedback about how well that's working.
Okay.
I am more than happy to read anything from either one of you.
You get a little preview of Anastasia and Vivian.
I've been loving the snippets that you post.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to write. And I mentioned, I didn't realize how much foreshadowing I actually have in this book, because I mentioned there was foreshadowing for this one event, but there's actually foreshadowing for probably two other things. Well, one of them maybe not so much foreshadowing, just like little hints, but the other one is like foreshadowing to this other reveal. And when I was going back to this book, I was reading, it was like, man, I have a lot of foreshadowing in this book. There's gonna be
That's
some good reveals later down the line.
I love a good reveal.
Me too.
And I think what's really cool with like foreshadowing and breadcrumbs and stuff like that is it really does lend itself to also rereading the books. Like there, at some point, I want to sit down and reread the entire Towers of Memory series, because once the reveal happens and you're like, oh my god, you're then like rereading to see what you missed, and and I think there's
a couple of chapters that are like designed that once you reread it on it for the first, you're like, wait a minute,
yeah.
you sneaky little. Because there's a couple of times where I will tell you outright what's going on, but I do so in a way where it's completely missed, and I'm just like, wait until you reread and you realize what I just did.
I love those moments. That's why I love rereading sometimes or rewatching a series, and it's like, oh my gosh, like it was so obvious right here, and I just completely missed it.
Hallmarks of great writing.
You guys up for another sprint?
Yes.
sprinting until 40. Happy writing!
Happy writing.
See you on the other side.
Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
How did your sprints go?
Pretty good. I'm pretty happy with where we're at. This chapter is going to be longer than I intended it to be, but that's been most of this book, honestly.
I mean, in all fairness, you do have a lot going on in that book.
I don't want to talk about it.
A lot of amazing stuff going on in that book.
Yeah, it's lots of drama. Well, I mean, part of the I'm almost intentionally trying to drive Seraphina just a little bit insane. Yeah. I have a scene in my head for later in this book that's going to be really fun to write. Just Seraphina just snapping under the pressure is going to be really fun.
Oh, I am both like, poor Seraphina, whatever for her, and also like so freaking excited to read it.
I've hinted that she has a temper, but we haven't seen her like act on that temper yet. So it'll be fun.
Ooh.
And in all fairness to her, she does have a lot going on right now.
She does. She does. Things are very, very stressful, and certain parties are not helping.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. I'm
How did your sprints go, Ellie?
Oh, it's going well. I'm working on sort of I have like when the West arrives finally in when morning comes, so I just sort of need like the intro into the video. So I've been sort of working on that a little bit. And then I'm probably gonna switch to this other chapter where I work on some sort of, I guess, social political stuff involving how the town around the castle gets its water and everything, which is something Bra and Sarah have been sort of trying to focus on to like better the kingdom. And so finally getting answers to some of that stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's fun. I did spend half the sprint time rapidly Googling, melting temperature of glass and how long it takes to cool down, but
Yeah, I get that. I spent a good portion of the sprint trying to find one perfect word for an alliterative sentence I have. So
Sometimes that's what writing is.
sometimes it's just how it has to be. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the risk of when I'm writing these kind of labby chapters, because I have to like not make it like pure science, but definitely very sciencey heavy compared to like the rest of the story. I mean, deliberately, I compare alchemy to chemistry and science and STEM subjects. So I've done this to myself, which is what it is.
Talking like earlier about first person perspective, writing from Seraphina's perspective in particular, I imagine does require a bit more of that like scientifically geared thinking.
Well, I mean, how Seraphina's mind works requires less research than you'd think, but I only tend to having to research like the more like specific topics I'm not super familiar with, because I mean, I don't need to tell readers the exact melting temperature of glass, but it is something that Seraphina would know and is relevant to what's currently going on. So it is a thought that would cross your mind.
I have a quick question involving the melting glass. Is it on purpose?
Yes, that's part of the lab.
Okay, I was like, oh my god, did something happen with Seraphina again?
Everything is working as is normal, mostly because Celica is handling using the runes and stuff, which is how they usually work, because that's just the safest option for everyone involved, and they both know it. So they're just like, you handle this bit, I'll handle this bit, everything will be fine.
Excellent.
And of course, you have Gorgon. He's back teaching more alchemy classes, and after what happened with him last time they were together, he's just like, I'm not even going to say anything. As long as they keep getting stuff done, I'm not going to involve myself. I don't want to go anywhere near this.
Oh.
Yeah, because he has an idea of what could go wrong here, so he's like, if that's how they want to handle that, I'm not even going to say anything.
If it works, it works.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know if I'm relieved that you two are partnered together again or horrified that you're back.
Yeah, I finished the chapter I was on. I finished the flashback, and then there was only a little bit left in the chapter, and then I finished a whole other chapter because it turned out to be a lot shorter. It was just Vivian in the swim meet, but then something goes terribly wrong.
I love it when it's just like, oh, everything's normal, and then something's gone very, very wrong.
Oh yeah.
Because this is she gets visions. This isn't too much of a spoiler because it happens early on. And she doesn't understand her visions. But usually they happen when she's asleep. But this time she was getting them while she was awake.
Was she getting them while she was swimming?
Yes.
Oh,
that sounds dangerous.
It was.
That'd be terrifying.
She doesn't know what to make of it. She's a 15-year-old girl who has already been through quite a bit, and she gets these visions. So,
Gotcha.
for the longest time, she thought they were just nightmares. And it caused her to blame herself because before the story, something really bad happened, and she technically was dreaming of it beforehand, but she thought it was just nightmares. And then when it came to pass, she started blaming herself, like, oh no, I could have prevented this.
That's an awful feeling, is when you I had future knowledge, but I couldn't use it in time to do anything.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, not that your
That's
characters would know anything about that, Alyssa.
I mean, Angelina can see the future, so she has some of that.
Sounds like Angeline and Vivian, was it? Could really commiserate there.
Yeah.
It's been fun to see her kind of because she was kind of more secretive about some of the stuff she knew in the first year, but after now that she's a bit more comfortable with who she's hanging out with, and also has realized that considering the crowd she runs with, nothing she says is going to be that weird. She's the normal one. Because dragons. So she's kind of been more open about some of the stuff she's seen / knows about, or at least suspects. But I mean, with Angelina, it's complicated because she doesn't always know what she knows. Because I've built visions to be very abstract on purpose, so it's her interpretation of whatever abstract thing she's seeing. So so she thinks she could be seeing one thing, but seeing something else.
How abstract are the visions that Vivian gets?
They can be pretty intense, and it can make her feel like she's actually there when she's not. And her visions aren't always so clear either. The vision she was just having, she already has met the skeletons. She's trying to get back to her life after figuring out that the Grim Reaper and the skeletons are real, and this whole war is under the humans' nose. She's trying to get back to normal, even though she also has these visions, because at first she didn't want any part of this, but now she feels like she's a part of it, whether she wants to or not. But Anastasia won't let her be a part of it because she wants to protect this 15-year-old human girl from her war. And so she has no idea.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, it's not going to last very long, especially since Vivian, once she's, better after this injury, is going to go after them. Because she was dreaming of the skeleton world. She was dreaming of the heist that she has no idea that they're planning. So it's like So, yeah, that's what her visions were just now. But one of the visions she has is actually something which, once again, shocked me because I didn't know that this was going to be foreshadowed so early. But it's something that's actually going to happen later in a later book. So, yeah.
I imagine playing with visions is a great way to sprinkle in that type of more
Yeah.
fantasy. Like I know I had a lot of fun with that in A Dance of Bow and Blade with Dreams,
Oh, yeah.
and so yeah, that's cool.
It's also a fun tool to toy with readers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whenever they happen at the worst possible time, like Vivian's swim meet, it keeps you at the edge of your seat.
Definitely. And that's part of her job, right? Just to completely toy with readers. Just
Yeah,
completely
pretty
mess with
much. Does anyone want to read a little snippet of what they wrote? Without being
Sure.
spoilery?
I mean, I can't read the first couple of pages of this chapter, but pretty much everything after the lab starts is pretty safe. Me get to that point. Okay, cool.
Who wants to go first?
I mean, I can go first. I'm looking at where I can start from if you guys are cool with it.
Okay.
Just remember we're skipping a few pages, so if you're like, this seems out of nowhere, just kind of roll with it. Wonderful. Something to keep me out of my own head. Let's do this. A flash of purple. Professor Gorgon's purple was darker than Celica's. Whatever spell he used wasn't strong enough for me to smell anything. Nothing worth thinking about for anyone else. And yet, there were bags of sand-like material. One was a pale tan that almost looked white. The others were coarser and flake-like in many colors. It reminded me of various stones. Glass sand? What were we doing with glass? Celica didn't seem like she fully knew either, praising the containers in front of us like she was in a debate with someone. Luckily, there was a single page of instructions. It may not be much, but Menmo seemed to be Gorgon's middle name. I wondered if the regular classes got more than that to work with. Step 1. Set aside 2 cups of the base sand in the runic heating container. Okay, that was simple. I had no idea what piece of equipment that was, but I wasn't stuck figuring this out alone. It's this thing, Celica commented after reaching into her drawer at our station. It was different from the fireplates. This one was shaped closer to a globe, a sphere resting on a thin pole with a line in the middle and runes on the base. I had no idea what this was for. Celica didn't bother explaining further before lifting the top part of the sphere open and gesturing towards the large bag of pale sand. I could handle measuring here, since she was the only one who knew how to use whatever this was for. I handed her the 2 cups of sand. It looked near full to me after she dumped it in. Step 2. Add crystal shard mixture. As big as ever! Classic Gorgon. Did it matter which we picked? I didn't even know what we were making. Thoughts on which we should use? Celica asked. I don't know. Any idea what we're making? Crystal balls. She said it like it was obvious. Maybe to her, with her future-seen girlfriend and life surrounded by this stuff. I was just stuck faking it until someone took pity on me. Does choice mean anything? I wondered. Angelina said it has to be a certain stone or it doesn't channel energy right. I don't remember which it was, though. Celica shrugged. Great. I took a deep breath and tried to think back on the times I'd seen them in use. The purple one. Probably like 3 tablespoons. I guessed on the amount, but it seemed in proportion. Are we just blindly guessing now? Celica commented. It's the color I've seen in Angelina's crystal ball when she's done readings for me. You remember a detail like that, but you couldn't figure out we were making crystal balls. Welcome to my brain. Is this the thing Russell and Jarek were talking about a while ago? Right, when someone spilled the beans about neurodivergence. Not a conversation I wanted to have in a room full of people. Or really ever. It was one thing to have people who at least heard all the terminology before. It was another to have to explain it all in the first place. No thanks. Something like that. You and your secrets. Celica complained in a way that I was sure was playful. They were too much a part of me now. I handed her the purple coarse flakes of crystal, poured them out in a ring on top of the sand, about a half inch away from the edge of the outer shell. If this fails, it's on you. I take full responsibility for any failure. She rolled her eyes and closed the container. She tapped her hands on the runes at the bottom. They were too overlapped for me to make out any particular shape. Then the sphere started to spin on a horizontal axis. She leaned back in her chair with a strange look on her face. She looked a bit annoyed about something now. She tapped a nail on the table as small amounts of heat started coming off of our project. Hopefully that was a good sign. After class today, I'm doing your nails, she announced, because that made sense with what was happening. Do I not get a choice? You get to pick what color I use. Okay, clearly I missed something. Was it in the group chat or did I mess up somewhere? Are you mad at me now? Asked tentatively. Not yet. We'll see. That did not make me feel any better. Surely this could only be a bad thing. But my nails had anything to do with it, I had no idea. But maybe that was more to do with the class full of random people. Our project was spinning a bit faster now. The melting temperature of sand was over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and even with magic, that would probably take a few minutes. Part of me worried that having something that hot in arm's reach was probably not that safe, but then again, perhaps there was some magical heat protection I'd overlooked. Celica's expression didn't change. She didn't keep tapping the table and seemed to be elsewhere. I wasn't going to force her to speak. It was Celica. I was getting the feeling that whatever the deal with my nails was about, she was going to tell me, and not a moment sooner. She kept up that silence while I tried to keep my thoughts from drifting too far from class. But it was hard. I'm not going to ditch the nail thing, I started after a moment and remembering what I'd been asked. But I'm going to talk with Vivian first. Sure, she said calmly, but if you make me wait too long, I'm going to pick a color for you. It'll be today, just not right after classes. Promise. She scoffed. You're lucky I know you're good at keeping those. Just don't make too many of them, okay? I really wished I had any idea what she was talking about. I don't know how long we sat there in silence with each other while the rest of the class chattered and did their projects. Ours just kept spinning. Eventually it did stop, though. There was still a good amount of heat coming off of it. It was kind of like a warm oven left open. From what I knew about glass, it took a while to cool safely without cracking. Any sudden shift in temperature could shatter it just as easily as dropping it. Then again, given the magic part and the fact that this thing looked purpose-built, I'm sure it was still doing something to prevent anything bad from happening. If this failed, it would be on us, not the equipment. Think it's done? Celica asked, like I would somehow know that. Glass doesn't take that long to melt once it gets to temp, I commented. But I have no idea. It'll open on its own once it's safe. It's at a safe-to-handle temperature, she said. But the cooling process takes forever. So what do we do now? I mumbled. And of course you two are already done, Gorgon murmured. I can't tell if I'm relieved or concerned that you two are partnering up again. We wouldn't we? As long as it keeps working out, Celica told him while almost looking bored. Besides, you really don't want to stick her with someone else. I kind of hated that it was true, but also felt the same could be said for her. I was not going to say that with Gorgon present, though. It won't be cool enough for inspection until tomorrow. We'll see then if your partnership was more than a fluke. Gorgon left to check on another station that had spilled some of the sand. And that's all I have written so far.
Oh, wow.
I miss writing them in a lab together. It's fun.
They have such a great dynamic.
Yeah,
Also,
they do.
just love Seraphina's snark, both internally and outwardly.
Yeah. Sounds really good so far.
Definitely.
Ellie, you want to read yours next?
Sure. I'll do what I wrote for the last sprint. It's only like 2 paragraphs, so.
You're fine.
And we'll see if I can read my own writing out loud. This should be fun. The castle kitchen somehow managed to pull off yet another miracle. What else do you expect from all of us witches? Sarah joked. It did little to help Fra's nerves, as though the mysterious kingdom few truly knew anything about was not enough. He was sure the expected skull attire would only worsen his struggles with sleep. While the kitchen remained a maelstrom, the upstairs, following Leon's directions, performed a poised placidness, outwardly at least. Such an event, of course, drew an audience, though such nobility cared little to aid their new king and queen's causes. They were sharks to chum at any potential entertainment. That's all I have to say.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
I love Star. I love Sarah. She's
Very
so
fun.
Oh,
Gotta tease Fra a little bit about his words.
I can't wait for more Sarah and Fra. They're like one of the best romances ever.
I have a lot of fun with them in this.
Yay.
It's been interesting because they've been away from each other for a year, so
Yeah.
they kind of didn't really get much of a courtship to begin with.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
then now that they're kind of like together after a year, it feels like they're kind of like re-finding themselves together.
That's beautiful.
Good.
I'm going to read the Swim Me chapter because it's not very long, and the flashback part was way too spoilery to read, unfortunately. Okay.
It happens.
Yeah. This is chapter 18, Vivian. I sat on the bench in my bathing suit. This is a school-sanctioned one, so it was a one-piece and plain, though comfortable. My hair was in a bun with a waterproof cap on, my goggles on top of my head. I looked at the crowd. My swim meet was on the calendar, but I didn't see my parents. They probably forgot and took extra shifts. Pretty usual. They haven't been the same since my brother died. Always working, never there. Too busy running from their own grief rather than dealing with it and remembering they have a second child who is still alive. I looked down when I heard someone shouting my name. I looked back at the crowd until my eyes found Waylon. They were clapping and cheering so loud. I grinned, my eyes wet. After we just fought, they still came to support me. Vivian! I turned back around and realized it was my turn, getting to my feet. I got on the high dive, putting my goggles on, and got into my stance. Once the whistle blew, I dove into the warm water, feeling it soothing my skin. I kicked hard as I swam across the pool. I was beating the other opponent. But then my head began hurting as I saw flashes in my mind. The same sand from my dream, but it was gone after a second. Anastasia standing there with the Grim Reaper. Tyra entering the palace with other skeletons as they avoided Grim Reaper's guards. The sky glowing with a red mist. Tyra grabbing it but collapsing. Xander grabbed Tyra as the sky fell. All the skeletons screamed, including Anastasia, giving the Grim Reaper time to seize her. He was the only one unaffected. Even his skeleton seemed injured by the events. Then she saw them all locked in a dungeon. The Grim Reaper stood on the stairs with another skeleton. It was dark, and I was unable to see. I gasped back to the present. Everyone had stopped cheering and were yelling. I was swimming all frantically from the images I had seen. I heard Waylon's voice above all others calling my name desperately, until I hit my head against the other side hard, blacking out.
Ow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I do really appreciate, from a reader perspective, the way you deal with like the consequences of stuff. Like, it's not just she gets a vision, right? It's that idea of like, and then she hit her head too. Like, there's a reality to the consequences of those moments that I think is so well done and really shows the effect it's having on her.
Thank you.
Very intriguing vision. I find it funny that both of you guys are writing about sand.
Apparently.
You know.
I'm so excited for both of your guys' projects to finally come out.
I'm excited for yours too. I'm really looking forward to it. And knowing how much you love like skeletons especially, it's going to be really cool to see your take on skeletons.
It's been fun to write.
We can tell.
Honestly,
also
oh sorry,
sorry,
what?
go ahead. No,
I
you
was
go
just saying, I love the skeleton necklace you got me as well. It's so cool. I wore it this week for work.
I'm glad you liked it. It's one of those ones I saw and it was just sort of like, this seems like something Johara would like.
Well, you were right.
I really like the friendship dynamic already between Vivian and Waylon was his name.
Yeah.
That's really I love a good friendship where it's like even when you're like fighting and everything, there's still that element of like care.
Yeah.
And I think you kind of see that like with the dragons too, that like type of really close knit connection between characters. That's fun.
I mean,
I mean,
we
Celica and Seraphina definitely have that kind of like bickering friendship.
we see that in your book too, Ellie. Because I know there was a time when Sarah and Henry were fighting, or Sarah was actually fighting with like everybody, but you can tell that they all still cared, even though they didn't want to care for each other in some moments because they were all annoying each other too, but they couldn't stop caring.
I think it's a very interesting dynamic in a relationship to write. And I kind of have something similar going on with my other work in progress, 7 Years Love, where you have this sort of established romantic relationship between, well, this one's romantic rather than friendship, I guess, but between two people who've been together for a very long time, but something has happened that has sort of caused a rift. And it's been really interesting to explore the idea of, hey, you hurt me, but I still love you, and hey, I feel guilty about something that happened, but I still love you too, type of deal. And trying to like navigate that is really fascinating.
Nice. That sounds interesting. Yeah, I love those relationships where it's like you guys could be fighting, but it doesn't matter because you guys are still friends, family, whatever, and you guys will still be there for each other no matter what. Those are true friendships.
Absolutely. It's a fun complexity to explore and very real too, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because just because you care about someone doesn't mean that nothing's gonna happen there. I mean,
Yeah.
even when you have like the best of intentions, things do and can go wrong. You know,
Yeah.
one minor miscalculation could cause all kinds of problems.
That definitely happens with Vivian and Waylon.
Sounds like Vivian's been through a lot, like you were saying. I was very sad about her brother, and then I don't know the idea of the way her parents are dealing with their grief and the
Yeah.
effect that's having on her.
But she has Waylon.
That's good.
You guys want to do another sprint?
Sure,
Sounds good to me.
40 after?
sounds good.
Okay. Happy writing.
Happy
You
writing. See
too.
you on the other side.
Hello. How did your spurs go?
It went pretty good. I finished my chapter, so I'm happy.
Oh, nice. Finally done with the lab scene. Are you happy with how it went?
I think so. I mean, obviously it needs editing, but you know, that's
Yeah.
after this I have one more like in-class chapter and then I can move on to some of the more fun things.
Nice.
So it's one more class chapter, then a Vivian chapter, probably one more, and then the interrogation-ish chapter that I'm planning. Maybe. We'll see. Something like that.
I'm on another Vivian chapter. She is having having another one of her vision dreams while she's unconscious in the hospital. I'm a little stuck. There's just one line that I'm trying to figure out about. I don't know how much I can get into it because this I feel like can be very spoilery. This vision in particular.
Well, if you want to talk about it in DMs after this stream, we can.
Okay.
If you're still.
If I'm still stuck. It's a very interesting dream though, but I'm almost done with it once I get past this, and she'll be waking up here in a few minutes, so. I love writing visions. Those scenes can be so much fun. There's so much you can do with them.
I feel that way about dreams, like regular dreams too.
Oh yeah, dreams are always good.
We can just have fun with it, you know.
Yeah, they're so much fun to write.
Even when the character is having like the same dream over and over again.
Yeah. I know Vivian's dreams are different, but a lot of times they can include some of the same stuff. Like in this dream, it's including something similar that she saw in another dream. And she's also seen her brother in a few dreams, so.
I bet that's got to be complicated for her.
Very. So what's the other class chapter you have to work on?
Her final class of the day is geology. So
nice.
That's going to be... It's, you know, Seraphina took the rock class because she's Seraphina. And so it's going to be her and Angelina and whatever cluster of students I decide for them to take it with. We'll see.
Nice.
Yeah. I tried to have Seraphina in a class essentially by herself, but that didn't really work out last time, so I want to have at least one semi-familiar character in each class just to give me something to work.
Yeah.
I mean, the group is big enough that I can make it work.
Makes sense.
Because you have the dragons and then you have the outer circle, which is kind of everybody else.
Yeah. I can't wait.
Yeah, this book is going to be a long one. I can feel it.
Oh.
It's,
I actually feel like this book will be more, not like novella short, but still more on the shorter side. But I'm pretty sure once I get more into the series, the books will be longer because that's usually what happens in series. Like the first one might be a bit shorter, but then there's more going on later on, so the books get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then you think to yourself, "What did I get myself into?" There's going to be 6 books in the series, so I'm terrified about how long book 6 is going to be.
I mean, it takes less words to set things up than it does to pull them off, you know?
That's true. That is very true.
But yeah, I found that the length of these books can kind of fluctuate quite a bit. But we're already at like 50K for this one, and I'm not even halfway because I know what the halfway point's going to be, and we're not there yet. I'm scared because the intended halfway point is the thing that's going to really cause Seraphina to snap a bit, and then we're going to see her like yell at people like properly. It's going to be fun.
I think I might even be approaching the climax soon-ish. Not like quite there yet, but like maybe getting there. Like I can see it. Because after this with Vivian in the hospital, there's going to be the big heist scene, which also is going to cement Vivian as part of the rebellion, whether she wants it or not, whether the skeletons want it or not. She's going to be a part of it. And then I know there's going to be a reveal, and then which the reveal the audience will already know. They'll know from the very beginning, but the characters are going to find out. And then there's going to be this big fight, and then it's going to lead to the climax, because without being too spoilery, the rebellion decides to fight the Grim Reaper without Anastasia because they don't think they can trust her now. And then she's going to go there and save everybody. And that's kind of the climax.
No, that's fun.
So yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. So I can see it. It's approaching.
I don't know if I would call it the climax, but I know the next like big plot point for this story, and I know where I want this book to end, so that I'm at a good spot to start the next one where I need to be. Because I'm already imagining that this year is going to be less books in the first year, but they're probably going to be longer, so it might be about the same length. We'll see how that pans out. We might be getting the Wraith fight as soon as like next book after the one I'm currently writing is currently where we're at. So
oh my gosh! Now that's going to be exciting.
Going to be terrifying.
Yes, but
I've decided to make that scene 10 times more complicated than it needed to be. So.
Of course you did.
I mean, the whole thing with... Yeah.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
What will you be working on today? Are you ready for the Wraith scene, or are you scared for the Wraith scene?
Terrified. Luckily, I have enough of a buffer that I have more time to think about it and mull it over.
I am really excited for this climax because when Anastasia goes into the battle, like I said, I don't want to spoil too much, but she's basically... I don't know how to say this without getting a little spoilery, so I'm trying to find my words very carefully.
Yeah.
Something she has that reminds her of her past and how she got here, and she decides to take that with her to the fight in the end, to kind of take back her power and saying that this doesn't control me anymore. What happened in the past doesn't define who I am. And so, yeah, it's going to be a big moment when she shows up in the battle.
There's going to be a fight in this book, too, but it's going to be, a duel, because I have those. But the characters involved are going to make it complicated emotionally. I mean... The winner is going to be obvious, but the emotional impact of the fight's going to be where the tension's actually going to be at.
Yeah. Fun.
I mean, I don't want to give specific details, but That's great. It's going to be the new guy versus Fethris. Obviously, that's going to stress Seraphina all the way out, which is why she's going to snap.
Well, I have my suspicions for the culprit of book 6. I remembered about another suspicion I had that besides Set. So I have another suspicion.
Tell me! I look for this.
Jarek's boyfriend.
Right,
I'm really hoping
about
that
that.
because that would be so heartbreaking. But I don't know. It was just this one interaction he had with Seraphina where Seraphina was just so awkward, and I can't tell. And I don't know if that was meant to be foreshadowing or if it was just meant to be she didn't know him well, so it was just awkward.
It's foreshadowing to something. I'll say that. Like that's a plot point that's going somewhere.
Because I'm pretty sure everyone was mentioning at one point that Jarek was like having relationship trouble anyways, and I'm like, oh my gosh, please don't say it's him. But I was like, what if it is him? That would be heartbreaking.
I mean, they are teenagers. Relationship trouble is
True.
Like, normal. And honestly, Russell's the one who's having the most relationship trouble. But you know,
I still find it funny where he went through that whole duel just for a date. It's such a Russell thing to do, though. And then he went on one day and he was like, nah.
Well, he went on the date. He just didn't want to go on a second one. Yeah, that's the trouble he keeps having.
But that whole thing was just like, wow. That whole thing had me laughing.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, that's why you're here. That's why you're in this particular tower. I mean, the masquerade was fun, and all the lead into it. Granted, the masquerade's going to take up like a quarter of the book because reasons that I'm not entirely sure, but you know.
I cannot wait for the first book in my skeleton series because as I'm writing, I did not realize how much foreshadowing I actually put in this book about several different things that's going to happen in later books. But there's already so much foreshadowing, and it's going to be so fun to watch people after they read it and then go back to reread it, be like, oh my gosh! Like we were talking about earlier, I absolutely love that, and there's just going to be so
great. That's my favorite thing to do is to plant Easter eggs specifically for the people who reread it. Yeah. Because, I mean, we also live in a time where spoilers are, just a normal risk, regardless of how big a series is. So I wanted to be like, even if you somehow accidentally get spoiled on a plot twist, you can still, have a bit of fun. Be like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're trying to be sneaky. It's so funny when I blatantly tell readers what's about to happen and nobody catches on, and then the thing happens. They're like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, there's a few of those in this book, and I'm trying to wait. I'm waiting until see if people catch on.
It's going to be funny.
And then watching the readers be like, "Oh my gosh!" when the plot twist finally happens, and they had no idea.
It's great, especially if they DM you strings of emojis. And they're like, "What have you done?"
Ellie does that to me a lot.
He's done that a couple of times. Just messages in all capital letters, lots of exclamation points. It's great. That's what I look for.
Are you up for another sprint?
I think I kind of have to call it here.
Okay.
It's fun to hang out with you both, though, and I'm glad I got stuff done. I'm just probably gonna go have dinner and stuff.
Right. How late is it there?
It's almost 3:00, but because of our schedules here, that's usually when we eat dinner because it's when people come home and whatever after work. So.
Yeah. It's almost 4 here.
Yeah, that tracks with when you usually send me time schedules.
Yeah.
So.
I hope Ellie's okay. Oh, there she is.
There she is.
Hi.
Or not.
Difficulties.
It happens.
What are you gonna have for dinner? Do you know?
I have no idea. Whatever's in the fridge.
Sounds about right. I hope to read more of your book in the next I hope to finish it this month, so this coming up month. So
Fingers crossed.
I'm so excited. Also nervous. If I do text you,
Yep.
be surprised if I yell at you.
I fully welcome being yelled at for some of the stuff that happens in book 6.
Hey Ellie.
Hey, sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
It's okay, it happens.
How's your sprint?
It was going really well. I got really into it and totally lost track of time. And
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
how are your sprints? I'm sure you guys had already answered that.
I finished my chapter, so I'm pretty happy.
Nice.
I started this chapter, another Vivian chapter. She's having one of her dreams again in the hospital while she's unconscious. And this dream
Oh my
is
God.
very intriguing, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm a little stuck on this one. Like, there's just a little small part. I can't really talk about it too much, though, unfortunately, because it's spoilery.
Very cool. Lots of exciting things happening, it sounds like.
Yeah. Where are you at in your story?
So I am they're trying to find Sarah and Fry have like this really long list of stuff they're trying to work on. And it seems like every time they like get one thing crossed off, something else is added to the list, of course. And they keep meeting these blocks from like other people especially. But while Sarah's trying to find answers for like what's going on with issues involving food distribution in the kingdom and like information about the mysterious West and stuff like that, she comes across this like little thing that's scribbled on the side of a piece of paper and goes to Ellsby's for some answers that lead to both answers in terms of like questions about the water going on in the town around the castle, but also leads to more questions. And they discover that like the way the town around the castle has been getting its water for a long time now are these what they call barrelmen, which are these men who are like carrying giant barrels and selling the water, but it's not good quality, and like barrels are often filled with rocks, and there's like this sense of like kind of corruption going on. And the other question that they have is now like, where are the barrelmen getting the money, getting the water? Because nothing's growing in this town. But also the question of if the king has known about the barrelmen, where is that money now? So, and they've just recruited Ari's help to try to figure out some of this stuff,
Ooh. Fun.
which is probably
That
much
sounds
more
very
exciting
political,
than me.
schemy. Very fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of politics in this book.
Nice. Well, it sounds very good. I'm very excited for it.
Thank you.
I was telling Alyssa because I think I'm getting closer to the climax of this book. Book one's going to be a bit shorter, probably only like 350 pages. But they're probably going to get bigger as the story goes, as that typically happens. But because right now this is going to be Vivian in the hospital, and then after that's going to be the heist, where Vivian gets kind of cemented into this world, whether she likes it, whether the skeletons like it. It's just going to be fact at that point. And then I know that there's some things I'm not sure that's going to happen in between, but I know that at some point there's going to be the reveal soon after, and then after the reveal is when the final fight is going to happen.
Ooh, that
But
sounds
this this reveal the audience knows from like the very beginning of the book, pretty much. It's the characters that are going to get the reveal. But there's other reveals that's going to happen later in the books that even the audience won't know. Unless you catch on to all the foreshadowing, because as I'm writing this, I realized I put in a lot of foreshadowing.
That is awesome, though.
Yeah.
That sounds really cool.
I'm so excited for you to read this.
Plus, I feel like it's a really good technique to kind of be like, the reader already knows this. So you're like going, okay, so the characters are going to know this. And then when the reveal hits for the reader for this other thing, it kind of like has that added surprise effect.
Like, oh no, the characters did not know about this. You know more than the characters.
Right, and then it's like, no wait, you don't know this. You don't know anything either. Yeah.
It's fun to put hide one reveal inside another one.
Yeah.
Just completely screw with everybody.
Oh yeah, it's great.
And it's gonna be so good because it's gonna lead to some mistrust. People are gonna start wondering if they can't even trust Anastasia, and there's gonna be this great fight during the battle with, like I was telling Lisa, I can't really say too much without spoiling, but she has this item from her past that she kind of keeps looking back at, but she takes it to the battle because she decides to stop letting like the past control her or have power over her. So this is kind of her way of taking back the power. So she comes to the battle with it, and it's gonna be this epic entrance moment that I'm so excited to write.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, Alyssa was saying she was probably going to be leaving here in a minute because she is going to eat dinner.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
But I didn't want to leave before you at least showed up, so.
I appreciate that. Sorry for holding you.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Another 10 minutes isn't going to hurt me. But it was fun, and I'm really happy we got to do this. So maybe I'll hop in and chat later and hang out or something. Bye-bye.
See ya. Have fun.
See ya. Enjoy your dinner.
Do you want to stay or do you have to go too?
I could stay a little bit longer if you're up for it.
Yeah. I'm up for one more sprint if you are.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, let's see if I can finish this chapter and get through this little stump I'm on.
Fingers crossed for you.
Thank you. Okay, so I lost my phone. What time is it? How about until 40 after?
Sounds good, and I will be paying better attention to the time this time.
Okay. Happy writing.
Happy writing.
Hello.
Hello.
How did your sprints go?
Really well.
Yeah?
Almost done this chapter, I think.
Nice. I'm almost on my chapter 2. I just have a conversation with Vivian and Waylon after her parents left the room, and then I'll be done with the chapter.
Nice.
And then exciting heist time!
Woo! Gotta love a good heist.
Yes. Always fun.
Are you finding inspiration with Six of Crows? Because I know you are rereading that one.
Yeah, I think so. Because I know I was stuck a little bit before I decided on the heist. And my friend mentioned that maybe Six Crows inspired me a little. I was like, hey, maybe it did.
That is awesome.
How are you? Is there still a lot of political stuff going on?
Yeah, there is a bit of political stuff, and yeah, what I have left to write is after Ari has seen and found everything she sort of needs to, she has to go back to the castle now and inform Fra and Sarah, and they get to have a sort of king and queen moment where they confront the Barrowman. It's gonna be
Nice.
wonderful and awesome, especially because they have some less than kind things to say about their new king.
Nice. Do you have any? Because I know you have some really good lines that are really powerful. Do you have any that you can share without being too spoilery? That you think would just astound me?
There's very high compliments, thank you. There was one, if I can find it, that I was particularly fond of. That's right. So one of the things in this scene with the barrelman and everything is with Sarah. One of the things about the way she kind of grew up, right, working as a servant and everything, is she was surrounded by all these things, right? Food and water was always there, but it was always denied to her, which is kind of different than what, like, Elsby, for instance, has seen growing up in the town around the castle.
Yeah.
Where there is less accessibility to these things, and the cost for things is really different. So there was a line about this idea of the barrelman charging so much for what is more rocks than water in his barrels. And Sarah has this thought, how devastating she thought for basic need to be made to outweigh coin. How utterly cruel.
Ooh, so good. I love it.
What about you? Do you have any lines in particular that you were particularly fond of that you wrote?
Yeah, there was actually one. It was in my flashback chapter. I think I can read this one line without being too spoilery because I know this chapter gets a little spoilery. Let me find it. I know it's somewhere here. Okay, here it is. Without getting too spoilery, they are talking about the night Anastasia's parents died. Because, yeah, there's a bit. Without getting too spoilery, there was a reveal around that Anastasia did not know that the Grim Reaper told her about. Yeah. So, he mentioned about the night your parents died, and then she says, the night my parents were killed, I corrected. Do not fear the word. Only the people trying to silence us, trying to control what we can say because the word is harmful. That's why we must say it. We should all fear the action, not the word.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
I know there's
always. Sorry.
Okay, what?
I was just gonna say, I love how you always deal with such timely topics and issues in your writing.
Thank you. Yeah. It's just like I know people online will say words, and it just really irritates me how people will say like "great" or unalive. Like, that's their way of trying to silence us, censor what we can't say. And it's just a thing that really annoys me because, yeah, the word is horrible, but it's supposed to be horrible. You're supposed to hate
Right.
it.
Right.
And they're trying to minimize how bad the thing is by changing the word to make it seem less harmful. And it's just something I really hate. And then when I was writing this scene, it just kind of came out in my writing a little bit.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Very powerful, and yeah, 100%.
Thank you. I love how you deal with a lot of stuff too, and this reminds me a little bit of A Dance of Bo and Blay, where it came with Robin and Art as well, because they came from two completely different lives, and I love how Robin. One thing I love is how Art kept being called willfully ignorant, because I love that because. It's like she didn't want to see how bad things actually were. It's like she couldn't see past her own privilege sometimes, which I feel like can happen a lot of times for people who have privilege. They can't see past their own privilege. And
Absolutely.
Robin got her to see, yeah, you lived in a palace and yeah, you had it all in certain ways because she still struggled in other ways. But your people are struggling really bad, and seeing Robin be able to get through to Art to see how bad some people have it is really good.
Thank you.
And it reminded me a little bit with that conversation you were just talking about.
Yeah, definitely. But it's funny how much it feels like one book I write can influence future work sometimes. Like there's always a hint of a carryover.
Yeah. Especially if it's something you're passionate about.
Yes, 100%.
Like you and I've noticed, are very passionate with like what's going on in the world and hating how some things are. And I noticed both of us have a tendency to add that to our work a little bit. We get a little political.
Well, yeah, I mean, books are political,
They
right?
are.
Like,
don't buy anyone who says they're not, because they are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited for this book, though. I'm excited for all your works, though.
Right back at you. I mean, I see your snippets online. I'm like, oh, I can't wait. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so excited because it's been a minute since I wrote a completely new series, because I've been working on the Realm of Monsters for so long, and even though there were different books or series within the universe, it was still in the universe with the same characters for the most part, and working on a completely new setting, completely new world, completely new characters, and it's been a blast. I cannot wait for you to meet these new characters and love them as much as I do.
I am very excited, and it's going to be really fun to see your take on like Scooby-Doo, but also like skeleton lore, like we were talking about before.
Yeah.
And yeah, I am so stoked, and I totally understand what you're saying about like being in this giant world and then getting to sort of play around with something new. I think that's one of the benefits for me when it comes to like writing the B series, but also like working on these shorter novels or novellas or stuff that are sort of standalones on their own.
Yeah.
But it is still kind of funny too, because sort of like how there's similar political messages or themes between my books, I oftentimes will wind up like reading something for inspiration or information for like or research for like one specific book, and it'll wind up influencing like everything else I'm writing in the huge swath of work in progresses I've got going on.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. Because I have like more books planned for all my previous published series, but I honestly wanted to take a break on them, not because I'm not enjoying them, because a part of me still wants to work on them because I have so many amazing ideas, but because I think I just wanted to work on something new, refresh my mind a little bit, work on completely new world, completely new characters.
I think it's a lot of fun, and it's, you know, you've got like when you first start writing a story, you get I don't you get this thrill when it comes to like first meeting the characters yourself as a writer and getting to see that unfurl and where they take you. And so getting to go back to that a bit I think is really exciting too.
Yeah.
Because like while you're working on a series there's such a joy in being able to explore more of that world or explore these other different aspects of these characters you've known for so long. But getting to meet the new ones too is just really fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Because when I do go back to some of these books, it's going to be great. Especially because, like, Realm Monsters, I just kind of took a break from. So that one's still pretty fresh in me. Um, but, like, I have other books actually planned for my other two series that I haven't actually worked on in so long. And when I finally get back to those and work on this world and characters that I love so much, that's going to be fun.
That is going to be really exciting to get to revisit those characters as well as a reader because I've so loved your characters in your other series. So that's going to be exciting.
Yes, I'm
And like
definitely excited.
the one follows Andrea, right?
Yes, the one for the Curses Lights is going to follow Andrea. They're I know Sydney's going to make a appearance. Yes.
Yay!
Haven't decided, and I know David. You they talked on the phone a couple times, so you did hear of him. And Skylar's probably going to make at least a small appearance at some point. But yeah, it's mostly Andrea's story. I do think Sydney's going to end up having a pretty big role later on, though. So.
And then I know.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's also, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but there's also going to be some flashbacks because when the series first starts, Andrea's relationship with Althea was already, there, and it's been something going on, and you actually in some flashbacks find out how they met, find out how they start dating.
Oh my god, that's gonna be exciting! I'm really excited for that. And then I know in your Jasmine Perez one, it follows like her daughter, right? But there's also like something with an assassin.
Yes, right? It's going to be called Perez and the Assassin.
Oh my god!
It is about her youngest daughter, actually, because she has 4 kids at this point.
Ooh.
And you find out there's this huge prophecy that has to do with her, and her family kind of kept her in the dark of it. And at the same time, the prophecy's been revealed to this assassin organization. So Scarlet has been chosen to assassinate Violet. And then I'm not entirely sure how this is gonna happen yet because I haven't worked on it that much. I actually did start it, but the assassin hasn't attacked yet, so it's pretty early on. But they're going to end up away from the palace and end up on this journey where
oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're going to try to kill each other, but then they're going to talk, and it's just a romance thing too. So the two of them are going to fall in love.
Beautiful. I'm looking forward to it already. Also, can I just say I love what you did with the name there, that you have Violet, which still matches the flower theme, but also Scarlet, so it's like a color thing you got going on there. So that's really cool.
Thank you. But I'm so excited because I know you're working on When Morning Comes, but I know there's going to be a short story collection too, which I am excited for.
Oh my god, I've actually I've been working on the short story collection, I want to say since I've been working on An Impossible Dream. And so I've got so far it's going to be you learn about like Auntie Patchett's background and history and stuff like that. You learn a bit more about Hayworth and when she first came to the castle. You get to see little Elsby and a little bit more about her. And then you've got Maybelle's parents are another one. And I also have a sort of the short story of 2 characters you have not yet been introduced to, and I have not technically introduced in When Morning Comes yet. So, and you also have Clary's mother that's probably going to be part of that. short story collection, as well as Mulvinius's mother.
I'm excited already.
And then there's going to be a fairy tale collection I also have that's based off
You
all the
mentioned
fairy tales that are like mentioned in the whole series.
Oh, that's so interesting. It seems like it might be like an anthology of sorts, like part of the series, but like more of an information based, maybe.
For the fairy tale collection, not exactly. It's more of just literally a collection of fairy tales.
Ooh, that sounds fun though.
Thank you. I also have a few of that already written, and it's going to be separated by the different kingdoms too.
Nice.
Lots of exciting stuff.
Yeah.
There was another story that was going to be in the short story collection, and it might be if I can, but it might be a bit of like Not Yours to Save, where it might be a little too long or not really quite make it in there, so it might have to be its own standalone thing, which is following Aiden when he's older.
I'm excited. Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. And just like you were happy that Not Yours to Save was turned into its own story, I'm happy that this is going to turn into its own story.
Are you thinking of writing more short stories for the Realm of Monsters?
Um, I don't know. I mean, I might someday because there's just so much you can do with it. And so I don't know, maybe.
One of the things I love about your series is how much there is to all of the worlds you create. Like, I know you talked about the fact that you tend to write series, but I think a lot of that comes from the fact that you just have so much amazing stuff in there. And like one of the things I also love is that technically all of your books can take place in the same universe. I find that really freaking cool.
I mean, yeah, I don't even remember when it dawned on me. I think I saw someone make a comment like, "What if two of your completely different books could interact, or characters could interact, or whatever?" And I was like, and that's when it kind of dawned on me. I was like, "Well, technically, the fact that I deal with realms a lot, all my books could actually be in the same universe, just different realms." And I was like, "That's actually a really cool idea."
That would be wild to see like the main characters of each of your series interact with each other.
I think that would be so interesting just because Kalista is so different than all my other main characters, including in my Skeleton series. Like,
Oh,
yeah. I mean, Vivian is not on the same level as Kalista, but she's still more rough around the edges than Anastasia. Anastasia, I feel like, would be more on the same level as Jasmine and Skylar.
oh, fun.
Yeah. But I feel like they could all be friends. That would be really interesting.
I could see that. I could see that quite a bit. That would be really cool. Perhaps another short story or novella.
Just adding all my characters together. Even if you'll probably be hell for me, you'll enjoy it.
Very much so. You know what they say, hell for the writer, enjoyment for the reader.
Honestly. And that can actually work vice versa because I enjoy torturing y'all.
Excellent. It's such a loving relationship readers and writers have with each other.
Right.
But hey, at least we're not the main characters in our own books.
Because we put them through hell.
We do. Our little glow sticks.
Yeah. Because in my Skeleton series, once again, there has to do with other worlds. Because the Skeleton world is something completely different.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is exciting.
So I noticed that I apparently really like other realms.
I think it's really cool because there's like so much you could do with another world.
There is.
And your worlds are always so like creative and fun, like with the Realm of Monsters series. I loved what you did with the food. But I also like really love what you do with the clothing.
Oh, thank you.
That was a lot of fun with your short story collection, especially with like Roxanne, and since she's got like that taste of fashion, she loves clothes and stuff like that.
I love what you do with clothing too.
Thank you. I have a lot of fun with that, and especially when morning comes, because Graceland is now making a bunch of clothes for everybody, and she has her own dress shop. And because they're no longer servants, and Ari has now joined them, I can write like them actually in fun outfits rather than just these
Yeah, that's
soft
true.
dresses and aprons.
Nice. I cannot wait to see like Seraph all back together again, to see them as king and queen. This is just this is gonna be amazing.
Hopefully I can do it justice and pull it off. It's still like I started part 2 of the book and it's going. There's a lot of like having to set the pieces on the board, it feels like. And while I'm in the flow with writing, I'm a bit worried about like this point and if things are like not quite in the right order. Yes.
I do have a YouTube video planned for my favorite book couples.
Ooh, I look forward to that.
Yeah, I have been working on it a bit. And spoiler alert, a couple of couples you wrote is on there.
That means so much. It means so much that you like my characters and like the couples and that kind of stuff. It is one of the greatest compliments.
I was thinking about doing a platonic relationship one as well, which some of yours will be featured in there as well. Because I love so many of your relationships, your characters as individuals, their relationships either romantic or platonic. Your story, oh my gosh, I love your book so much. You have literally become like top 2 favorite authors at this point. Okay, you are the only other author besides Erin Hunter, who's the author of my all-time favorite series that I have read. Just that I'm working to read all of their books. Like, I absolutely love your work.
Again, right back at you. Just so you know, your characters live rent free in my head. Yeah. And I've talked about your characters, like my mom and my fiance, and so yeah.
That means so much.
Oh my god. I think one of my favorite friendships so far in your book, which is saying something because it's not easy to pick a favorite friendship given how awesome you write them, is probably Callista and Rain.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Especially in like the Queen of Monsters, where you've got like that banter going on. It is phenomenal.
Wait till you see them in the prequel.
I am so stoked. You literally took like some of my all-time favorite characters of yours and went, we're gonna not just put them together, we're gonna have a series focused on this. This is like, yes, this is what I need. This is just that. My year is complete. Thank you.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to write write these 3 characters together, because obviously we've seen some of them together, but to see them as a trio is gonna be really good.
Especially because you got to already get that taste of like Marissa and Callista, and like they've got that whole banter thing down too, and just the love between them is so beautiful and wonderful. And like I love the moments in Callista's adventure series where you have Marissa with Callista and this idea of the soulmate being the friendship and stuff like that. And what Marissa has done for her, even like the fun moments of like the food fights and stuff like that. Like it's just I'm so excited. I could go on for hours just about how awesome your books are.
That means a lot. Yeah, I definitely have excited things planned. I know it's gonna be a trilogy, and I don't know what book 2 is gonna be centered around, to be honest, but I do know that book 1 is gonna be centered around the Banshee War, which was mentioned,
Ooh.
and book 3 is gonna be centered around creating the realm.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, yay, but also, oh, this is going to be another one where I need like a fluffy blanket and
Oh yeah, because
right?
it's going to, because as you can tell, you can probably figure out putting two and two together that this is going to end with Marissa's death.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I am not ready.
Tea and blanket ready.
I am totally not ready. I'm excited and I'm here for it and I'm going to devour it when it's there, but I'm just like, part of me is always going to be like,
Especially since for this trilogy, I'm gonna build up this whole trio, only for it to be ripped away in the end. Kind of like I did with the novellas with Khaleesi and Joan. I built up this romance just to tear it away in the end.
what's amazing about writing something that you know is going to end in a tragedy? Like, in writing Where the Heart Is, I knew where it was going to end, and I kind of knew how it was going to end to a certain extent because you're already sort of told that in B, and it's hinted at, I think, in part in Impossible Dream. So to finally get to write like that ending, knowing it's going to end in a tragedy, was really interesting.
It
And
is because, like, when you work on a prequel, you know how, obviously, because you already know how the story plays out,
yeah,
and because I experienced that in the Jasmine Perez prequel as well as the Khaleesi's
right,
Adventures novellas, and it was really interesting because I didn't expect to love these characters or these relationships as much as I do, and then when it comes time to kill these characters that I know are going to die. I came into this knowing they were going to die, but now I love them, and now I don't want to kill them. I have no
right.
choice but to, and it becomes tragic.
You're just like, do I have to? Can I put it off? Really?
Oh.
I think writing the prequels, these sort of prequels in An Impossible Dream and Where the Heart Is, was also really interesting in the sense that it's the closest thing I've ever had to writing to an outline in a sense. Because I knew there were like certain moments I had to hit based
Yeah.
off things that were said in the other books.
Yes.
And it was really interesting to figure out how that all played out,
Yes.
but also being a like pure pantser, it was like even more like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So
Because
that was a wild experience.
because like you already mentioned that this and this and this and this happened, and then you have
Yeah.
to figure out how to happen, how to have them happen, where they have to hit in the story,
Yep.
and yeah, it can be difficult sometimes too. Be like, okay, I know this is mentioned, this has to happen, but it just can be hard to get there because like you already told that this is gonna happen. Now you have to actually make it happen.
Right. And it was really fun too because you get to meet Maybelle and Gracelyn at the very end of B, and Hayworth at the very end of B. And there are things that are said about Sarah throughout B. So when I was starting to work on An Impossible Dream, I knew that they didn't start there. So it was really fun too to watch the development go from this start to where I knew they were going to end.
Yeah.
Just in terms of like individual character development, to see Maybelle go from this tiny mousy character to being a bit more confident and having that be new for her, or seeing Sarah go from, well, Sarah in the beginning to actually having a good relationship with Hayworth, for instance.
Yes, I love a good character growth moment, and I don't don't get me wrong, redemption arcs and stuff like that can be fun, but I
Sure.
love the more subtle character arcs even more,
Yeah.
and they're so underrated and underutilized
Yeah.
sometimes. Like everyone's like, oh, it has to be this great spectacular thing. No, people grow. Let your characters just grow in this subtle way, and then when readers go back to the beginning and decide to reread, be like, oh my gosh, seeing this character like this, knowing how they become, is also a spectacle in its own, and it's so beautiful to watch their journey. I love doing that because I love having those subtle character growths, like Kalista. I mean, she's still very much Kalista from beginning to end, but watching her being, well, like Kalista, to someone who's more willing to open up and let herself have that love that she didn't think she deserved for so long. It's such a beautiful journey to watch.
Oh, 100%. And you pull it off so beautifully. And like you're saying, you've got the bigger swing moments of, hey, development and change, but it really is those smaller moments where you go, oh, right, and you're like touched by it or you're
Yeah.
amazed by it. And I feel like the little ones really play on the emotions more sometimes, like pull at the strings a bit more.
100%.
But yeah. And you see that. I think it's really fun in the entirety of the Realm of Monsters series you have in particular to get to see Callista, because she's like the common thread throughout it all, right? You've got like the three main Realm of Monsters, you've got your novella series, you've got Not Yours to Save, you've got the short story collection. And even in like the short story collection, knowing where I first met her in the very first Realm of Monsters book, it's like those moments when she meets Roxanne's family and how hard you see her trying in the short story collection that really makes you go, wow, look how far she's come. And the idea that it is in those like little moments that really get you.
Yeah. The little moments are definitely not talked about as not much because we all love a good plot twist, a good big grand reveal. But those little moments that really piece everything together are so amazing as well.
Definitely.
Or like in Dance of Bow and Blade, like watching Robin and Art be so closed off and fighting their feelings and both fighting for technically the same cause just in different ways and watching them come together to fight for the same cause, making them realize who they are, what they've been through. And then I've said this before to you, but I absolutely love how you ended it too. I thought it was the perfect way to end both their arcs without having them have to, without spoiling anything either, without having them to break up, but also, I don't want to spoil too much, but you know what I'm talking about.
That really means a lot, especially because the ending was really important to me. As the writer of these stories, and as somebody who also really loves the Robin Hood legend in particular, it was really important to me in coming from that aspect of it in terms of the folklore it's based off of, but also just a personal preference thing I have where like I see in media all the time this idea of, well, I want this, so that means we can't be together anymore. And it was like, why are you compromising on this? You have no need to compromise on this.
Or having one of them go and do something that feels out of character for them just to be with the other person. You don't have to give up who you are to be with somebody, but you don't have to give up somebody to be who you are.
And I love the way you explored that in the Callista's Adventures series with Joan and Callista. There was like a few novels that really touched on that in particular, and I thought that was amazing, this idea of dealing with a relationship where you flat out talk about you shouldn't have to compromise who you are and what you want or what you need to be with somebody else. And I think that's a big deal, and you don't see that enough in media.
Yeah, you don't. I 100% agree. But I'm so excited for everything you have planned. I know. So okay, I know you have When the Morning Comes,
Yep.
and then you have the second book in Uncanny Encounters.
Yep.
You have 7 Years Love, which I think is a pirate story.
Yep.
Is it like
Pirate Witches.
is it standalone or is it a first of a series?
As far as I know, it's a standalone.
Well, we'll see. Because B was supposed to be standalone too.
Yeah, it was.
And because I had questions about Uncanny Encounters because I wondered if it was going to be like one of those series that aren't actually connected that much, but they're in the same universe. Because I wasn't sure if Gretchen was still going to be the main character or if it was going to follow completely different characters. But then earlier when you were working on it, you mentioned Gretchen. And I was like, internally I was like, yes, she's still there.
Yes, Gretchen is going to be in, as far as I know right now, every single one of these. It's going to be a bit more of a serial, like you're talking about, where it's not necessarily each novella is reaching this going to lead up to this one overarching theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they all could be their own standalones, even though they still follow the same main character. It's like watching Criminal Minds. Yes, some episodes are connected, but for the most part, you can watch whatever episode in whatever order because they're all about their own serial killers.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be very much that serial idea. So the first one follows, the ghost in the lake, and this one follows. It's going to also include witches. But it also deals with this cabin in the woods deal and this mystery surrounding this cabin in the woods. And there's also going to be like potentially collapsed mines and this potential monster in the forest. So it's like another one that sort of combines different elements together. I do know that another future Uncanny Encounters is going to eventually deal with Gretchen's fear of mirrors, which is going to be really fun because I'm talking about torturing characters. That one I know for a fact is going to have to deal with a funhouse. One of those those Hall of Mirror funhouses.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So
those
yeah,
scenes can be always. Those scenes are always so much fun, honestly, in TV and the media and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Especially if it's like a scene where someone's running away from someone and they're hiding in one of those. Those are always so good.
Yes, absolutely. And so yeah, it's gonna be great and it's gonna be interesting. Writing horror is really interesting as someone who is terrified of my own shadow. Like I am literally scared of so much stuff. But it has been interesting. I actually scared myself writing the first Uncanny Encounters in the scene where she's in the car and she's afraid there's gonna be a ghost next to her. And I make a reference to what is that, The Ring with Samara someone or other. And I actually wound up having to look up the character's name to make sure I got the reference right, and I freaked myself out because it was 2 a.m. in a pitch black room that I was typing this on my phone. So
well, as someone who loves horror and doesn't actually get spooked very easily, I'm the kind of person that would watch a horror movie with all the lights off in the dead of midnight.
Oh my God.
Myself.
You're a brave individual.
So I'm all excited for all these stories because, oh my gosh, Water's Edge had so many amazing lines. Like that one, we talk about books getting political, like that one, oh my gosh, the amount of, first of all, you did statistics, and then there were so many good lines about just stuff that Black people have to go through, women have to go through. And I remember reading it, and I was on the couch in the living room. Why I was reading it there, I don't know. But my mom was talking to her best friend, who is obviously a woman, but also mixed. And I was telling her some of these lines, and they both were like, "Oh my gosh, yes, I completely relate. I understand." And yeah, it was just so good.
Thank you. That really means a lot. I really wanted to get those things right. So thank you.
I know it can be hard sometimes as a writer because especially when you are dealing with heavy topics, it's like you want to do it justice.
Right.
And you're so afraid that you're not. So when somebody does really appreciate it and feel related to it, it just makes you feel so much better. I know I was worried about certain topics in my Realm of Monsters universe, especially since I dealt with a lot of heavier topics than I ever thought I ever would. I never thought this one topic in particular, which I'm sure you can just guess that as what I'm thinking. I never in a million years thought I was going to tackle this topic, but I did. And I was so nervous about it.
I think you did it amazingly. It
Thank
really
you.
was very powerful how you dealt with it, very relatable, and yeah, you're amazing when it comes to that stuff. And I think you put such amazing stuff in your book like that too. These are important topics to talk about. Like you said, you want to do them justice, and it definitely feels like to me as a reader that you totally do.
Thank you. So do you, as a reader as well. It's just there's so much going on in the world right now that's just horrible, and it's like there's not much we can really do, honestly. But being able to fight it in our way as writers in our books, I think, means something. You know?
Oh, talking about themes in books, I think that was one of the things that was really cool for me in reading Queen of Monsters was the way you highlighted that you have such a diverse group of characters who come from such different lived experiences, and the idea that each one fights in their own way and contributes in their own way was really amazing and again, really timely. And the idea that we all have a part to play and we can all play it, and how that might not look the same, but it's still fighting back.
And all the roles are important, no matter how
Yeah,
small.
absolutely.
Well, I can't wait to see the next unjust thing that Gretchen is fighting.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I hope it can live up to the expectation.
I know it will.
Gretchen is a really fun character to write.
Fun to read.
Thank you. Good. um, I she's the one we were talking before about first person versus third person point of view, and it's so like there are certain characters that I find so easy to write that like you just sort of go in the flow with them. Clary was one of them, which was really interesting, but Gretchen is one that I think I get to like channel my inner goblin with her so much that it is such a delight to write her and her goblin-esqueness.
Nice. It's always fun because I feel like even if you can't relate completely to a character that you have written, it's like each character comes from you. They're a piece of
Yes.
you, and there might be little moments where you can see yourself in them. And I know, like, Kalista is probably the main character out of all my main characters that I relate to the least because, you know, she's done a lot, been through a lot, but there were definitely these moments, and I got to live through her a little bit with her snarkiness and stuff, and it was just so much fun.
It is interesting too, like you're saying, to explore a character that can be so different than you and sort of the perspective that brings, but also like you're saying, there's always a piece of you in what you write. And I think that's why as a writer and an artist, I feel like you cannot separate the writer and the artist from the art. I know there's a lot of conversation about that, but I think part of the reason why I say that's not really possible is because I know how much of myself winds up in everything.
Yeah.
And even with characters like you're saying that are or would seem completely out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Is there a character that you feel like you can relate to more than any of the others that you've written?
Huh, good question. Surprisingly enough, I think in some ways, because like I said, I feel like there are different ways I relate to different of my characters, and um, I know that like um, Jasmine and Skylar, I feel like I relate to a little bit. Like they're kind of more on the soft-spoken side. They are, but they also both grew because I am not the same person I used to be. I used to be a lot more soft-spoken, a lot more quieter. But as I got older, I just wasn't anymore. And so I feel my growth within their growths. But I've noticed that, huh?
That's cool. That's really cool
Thank you.
to.
But I noticed that I think I relate to Vivian a lot in a lot of ways. She's you haven't met her yet, obviously, but she's arrow ace like I am.
Nice.
She's also very passionate about politics and certain things, wanting to scream at the top of her lungs about the injustice in the world and wanting to do something even though you feel powerless, which I relate to a lot like these days with everything going on. And so in a lot of ways, I think I relate to Vivian.
Nice. The more you talk about your characters, the more, especially like the ones I haven't met yet, the more I'm like, I want to meet them. That's so awesome.
How about you? Is there a character you think you relate to?
That's hard. There are aspects, like you're saying, of characters that I can definitely relate to. Um, it's also hard because I feel like my characters are always so much more than I am. Like, I would love to be as, kick-ass as Ari is,
Same.
or, as smart as and clever as like Sarah or Clary are. And
I feel that.
I mean, like I said, I can relate to a lot of aspects of like Gretchen's um more narrowed focus at times, tunnel vision, get really into the flow type of deal. The idea of like there's a line in there where I quote Douglas Adams about time deadlines flying by. The only thing I like about them is the sound they make as they fly by, or something like that. So yeah, those are the aspects like of her I could definitely see myself. Henry's inability to sit in a chair normally. Like, these are things that I can definitely relate to.
I,
But
is there something question? Because it just came on my mind when you said that. Is there a certain aspect of yourself, something you do, a habit you have that you realize you put into a lot of different characters from a lot of different of your works?
the inability to sit in a chair
That
normally,
is one.
that's definitely one of them. A lot of my characters apparently have this issue, and my fiance likes to tease me about that. Um, Habits. That's a good question. I think Sarah's habit sometimes to overthink things.
I feel that. I overthink a lot. Um, for me, it would be the need to play with my hair.
Oh, yes.
I do that a lot, and I notice I always have my characters doing something with their hair. They're putting their fingers through their hair. They're putting their hair behind their ear. I just something with hair.
I mean, in fairness, messing with hair is a great way to like show emotion.
True.
It's a great
I know
tool.
my mom's on me playing with my hair a lot. She mentioned it because it's a nervous habit, and I do it a lot. And she gets on my case about it, kind of like your fiance.
Gosh, is there a common habit I make my characters all do? I don't know.
Hey, sitting in a chair differently is a common habit.
They'll sit on top of tables. My favorite is Henry's. Like, he'll sit like upside down in chairs, and at one point I have his ghost in When Morning Comes with his legs hooked over one arm of a chair, and his head is sort of thrown back over the other arm as he's like grinning up at Fra. So
I am so excited that Henry's still gonna be a part of the story because, as you know, he's one of my favorite characters, and I love those characters that haunt the narrative. It's like they had such this big impact that they'll always be there. Whether it like in B, how we haven't even met Sarah yet, but she had this huge impact on a lot of the characters. So it's like she was this ghost haunting the narrative. Same with Clary, and then and When the Morning Comes, it's kind of the opposite. 'Cause we did know Henry, we loved him, we watched him do all this amazing stuff as an older person, and watching him as a child, and seeing him in When the Morning Comes, still like his memory is still there. It's just such a powerful thing.
Very much so. I had this moment that I was just writing in this last sprint of ours, where Ari is sort of, in order to follow the guy and everything, she's walking like the ridgepole of these buildings and everything, and running along the rooftops, and she can't help but like think back to Henry and B, the first time she ever saw him in the hood running across the rooftops. And can't have she's sort of like torn between the memory and also like this ghostly presence running right there beside her, type of deal. But yeah, selfishly, I Henry's death, for as much as my mom in particular, and I know you were like, I will never forgive you for that. I remember when I realized Henry was gonna die, and I like raced into my mom's room, and I'm like, oh my god, I think this is gonna happen, and she was like, what? But yeah, selfishly as the writer, I don't want to let him go yet either. Like I couldn't just not have him in the story. He's so much a part of it. But it's also really interesting to write When Morning Comes because you kind of get like Frau's perspective of things for the first time, and you get to see things from like Hawor's perspective of it. And so it's interesting to introduce these new characters and how they remember Henry as well.
Yeah, that's always interesting too, to see different characters' perspectives on stuff.
I think that was one of the reasons I really enjoyed An Impossible Dream and Where the Heart Is, especially because there's aspects of both those books that kind of run parallel to each other. And getting to write a scene from Sarah's perspective, and then getting to write it from like that same exact scene from Clary's perspective was really fun. Not only to try to not make it too repetitive, like that challenge of that, but also because of the idea of you're in these two different characters' heads, these two different lived experiences. So what is being said, how it's being said, how and what they're hearing from the other character even shifts a bit, or like the detail Sarah decides to pay attention to compared to what Clary picks up. And it was really fascinating to see that in both the same moment, but also like interacting with the same characters.
Yeah, I agree. I know Alyssa's done that. Like, I know there's a this book for the main point is in Seraphina's perspective, but I know in the last chapter of each book she tends to have them in a different perspective. And I know in the end of book 5, The Girl in Red, there was it re-showed the scene where Seraphina got hurt by that weird little room, but this time we saw it in Featheris's point of view, and I absolutely love that. I thought that was so interesting to see how differently he reacted to it to how differently she reacted to it, seeing what his thoughts were compared to what her thoughts were, and it's just always so interesting because yeah, sometimes you do feel you're being a little repetitive, but I always think it's just so interesting how you can do that, and
Definitely.
it's just so and to because I think a lot of times they don't turn out to be repetitive. I think a lot of times that it's especially because these characters are so different. So, like you were saying, yeah, one character might focus on one thing, but one character might focus on another. So, yeah, it's the same scene, but it also, in some ways, doesn't always feel like the exact same scene.
Absolutely. And how much that informs both that moment to see it from those two different perspectives, but also informs the individual character as well. Like what you learn about Featheris in that moment to be in his head compared to how Seraphina has always seen Featheris.
Yeah, it was good.
It is really good. I'm really excited for you to read the next one in the Towers of Memory series. And
yeah, I'm reading it right now. Yeah, and Alyssa said that once I catch up, she might send me a few chapters of book 7 like she did with you, so that's exciting.
Oh my gosh, yes. Especially because of the reveal of that alone, like the stuff that's revealed early on in book 7 is just like, oh. So, yeah.
So
Great.
good.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm so excited for everything you have planned.
Thank you. I'm definitely excited for everything you have planned. I mean, ooh, heist sounds so exciting.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so good. And like I said, I actually think I might be reaching the climax. I mean, after this chapter, which is almost done, I have the heist, which that chapter is probably gonna be a bit longer because there's a whole heist.
Right.
But there's gonna be the aftermath of the heist, And I'm not entirely sure what else is going to be in between that and the fight. I know that there's going to be the reveal that the audience knows and the characters doesn't. So there's going to be that. There's going to be some arguing, and then the battle and Anastasia's big grand entrance in the battle is going to be awesome. I'm not entirely sure how the battle is going to end yet, but I know there's not going to be much after the battle. The battle's going to kind of be near the end. So.
Well, you are amazing at fight scenes, so I know that this like end battle is just gonna be like totally epic.
Thank you. I love writing battle scenes, so there's so much.
They're always amazing in all of your books.
Thank you.
Is there going to be magic used in this battle, or is it going to be more like swords and stuff like that?
More like swords and stuff. There's not a whole bunch of like witchcraft kind of magic. It's mostly skeletons, and there is a sense of power because the villain as well as Anastasia both have a power, but it's not like a magical sort of power.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I am intrigued.
Yeah. So it's a different kind of low-key power that you can't really use in a battle, but it can be important in its own way.
Oh, that's cool.
So, yeah.
Do you prefer writing magic that is more like that type of low-key, or more of the more overt type of magic that you see in like the battles in Realm of Monsters, for instance?
I like magic like that. Yeah, I do. There's so much fun. Can be hard sometimes. As much as I love magic, I found like one of the hardest things to write during the battle scenes of the Queen of Monsters was like the magical parts with like Isabella and Ayana and Jeremy trying to figure out like what are they casting and stuff, like creating spells. Like I've always been bad at the whole rhyming thing, so that wasn't always easy, but it was a lot of fun when it came out.
On 7 Years of Love, one of the main characters, Cordelia, is a pirate witch, and there's a whole thing about a curse that she accidentally cast, and trying to like the main point of the book is her trying to reverse this curse with this spell she wrote. And I wanted things that like initially were going to be somehow tied to the ocean, but I always have been like folk names I find so fascinating, like the idea that I think it's mermaids' tears or pearls, is it? And then I might have that mixed up with something else. I have a whole list written out, but there, yeah, Dew of the Sea is rosemary and stuff like that. And so like I think folk names were really fun to play with that. And then I sort of surprised myself because there were certain things I couldn't quite think of. And so I wound up going with like other folk name stuff that I found and stuff like that. So
Nice. That's always interesting.
I think it's cool what you can do with magic and how creative you can be with it.
Yes.
And the way you can go with like just your own imagination, or how much you can tie it to like a real world thing.
Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely interesting what you can do with it. And it's like creating your own lore. Like you create your own laws. You can do whatever you want. Like you can create your own laws, and because it's always interesting to see like different see vampires in different medias. Like everyone has their own ideas about it. Same with retelling. This is what can be so interesting about retellings, like A Dance of Blow and yeah, okay, let me try that again. A Dance of Blow and Blade, how your take on these two timeless fairy tales or legends or whatever you want to call them. And it's really interesting to see somebody's different takes on different things that we've heard takes on a million times. And that's why some of these legends and fairy tales don't actually get old, because everyone has a different take to them.
Yeah, there's definitely a timeless element to the stories we find ourselves telling and retelling over and over again.
Yeah.
And what's really funny is with King Arthur lore, there was this whole post I saw at one point that was talking about anything dealing with King Arthur is technically canon because the stories are so old and there's so many of them and they all like some contradict others and stuff like that. So it's gotten to the point where if anything involves King Arthur, you can just assume that it's canon.
I mean, honestly, yeah. And yeah, you can do whatever, and it's like that's the beauty of doing a retelling or something. Like my Scooby-Doo retelling I'm working on, like switching it up and taking my own turning this beloved story that we've seen so many different adaptations to and turning it into my version is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think one of the really fun parts of a retelling is figuring out how much you want to keep the same, how much
Yes,
you want to keep recognizable, and how much you want to play with.
exactly.
And even like the character names in A Dance of Bow and Blade, I had a lot of fun with because I kind of wanted there to be enough of a nod that if you knew the legends, you could kind of pinpoint who some of the characters were based off of or could be, while also still sort of being their own thing.
Yeah. Like I switched up the names for these Scooby-Doo characters, but based off their appearances, based off their personalities, you're gonna be able to guess who's supposed to be who.
It's
um,
awesome.
and instead of a talking dog, it's a talking bear because I'm finally putting my love of bears into something.
Yes. It's so much fun to do that. I know how much you love bears, and for me, I have such an obsession with basset hounds, and that's like one of the things I've had an obsession with since I was very little. And while I have the children's book series that deal with basset hounds and stuff like that, I'm finally including a basset hound in one of my like novels with When the Morning Comes. So that's gonna be fun.
That sounds fun. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Yeah, it's always so fun to incorporate something you love, or even just like how I incorporated Greek mythology because it's always been an interest of mine. Um, give me one moment. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Um, but yeah, like incorporating like Greek mythology and stuff. It's always been an interest in mine, and a newer interest of mine had been like history, mostly women's history. Learning all the amazing things women history has been done that we haven't really been told, and
Yeah.
or even lied to about, like Joan of Arc's story. Like that is not what I remember learning in school, and yeah, and so it's really interesting. And it's like you were saying about like legends and stuff and keeping some true, but then playing around with other stuff. You can do the same stuff with like history. Like Joan of Arc, there's some stuff that I wanted to keep true to her story, but there's some stuff in order to fit her into my world that I switched around and changed.
Yeah. And I really love not only the way you incorporate things like women's history into some of your stories, like in some of your novellas with Callista's Adventures, I noticed you adding in other things involving women's history, but I loved what you had to say about that. and especially the idea that, there's so many tragic stories about women in history, right? To the point where it almost feels like if you're a woman in history, it's going to end tragically. But I also thought what was really powerful and amazing was the way you kind of twisted that almost to talk about the power behind these women and the accomplishments of these women and what they managed to do in spite of the circumstances they found themselves. I
Yeah.
think there's so much you can do, like with mythology, where you're not only talking about, like, retelling the myths and everything, but talking about it and stuff like that, and like plants these seeds for readers where they can either continue learning more about the myth itself or they can consider a myth they already know in a new light.
Yeah. And it's so interesting seeing what you can do with it.
Oh yeah. And the idea too that like one of the things you were just talking about was the idea of how often these stories get told and retold. And I think it's really fun to the way you also in your books talk a bit about different versions of the myth, or like in with I think it's within the realm of monster series you talk about what is believed about certain monsters versus the truth in your series about certain monsters or certain myths or what happened and stuff like that.
Yeah. Thank you. So it's so interesting in your stories how you can incorporate some stuff, like how you incorporated the King Arthur and Robin Hood legends and you combined them. That was so interesting.
Thank you.
I never really thought of those two being combined, but I think it worked flawlessly.
Thank you. I really love Robin Hood so much. I love the stories of Robin Hood. And I've grown up with a lot of Arthurian media with like Quest for Camelot or the Merlin show
I love that
and stuff like
show.
that. And it was one of those things where for me it was sort of like, well, these are both like British legends. And when you really come down to it, a lot of what they do and what they talk about felt similar, even if it was like two different worlds. And then it was sort of like, yeah, of only men too. So like, what if like why haven't they ran into each other if it's in Britain, right? Like,
Yeah. It's so interesting. It's always these what if ideas that turn them into novels.
yes, what if? One of the greatest questions for a writer.
Yes. I had an amazing time with this, Brent. I think this is a good place to end it.
Sounds good.
I'm probably going to get something to eat. But I've had an amazing time chatting with you and chatting with Alyssa. I always have so much fun during these sprints. I always love hanging out with you both.
Right back at you. I always look forward to these, and I cannot thank you enough for hosting them and inviting me on. You guys are so awesome. It always makes my whole week and my whole month to just be able to chat with you guys.
It's always amazing. We'll plan another one of these eventually.
I look forward to it.
Okay. Have a nice day.
You too.